The Gran Sasso d'Italia, the high point of the Apennine Mountains, and this year's Montagna Pantani. From the moment the race route was released, the summit finish here at stage 9 was always going to be eagerly anticipated. That said, every stage has the potential to serve up the unexpected.
Maybe a breakaway, maybe it comes back. I don't really know.
It's Mitchell and Scott who are the only ones who are pulling on the front here.
It is absolutely teaming it down. Oh dear, riders down, Chris Froome. Something's not right with Chris Froome. Bowman on the left-hand side, and he's going to turn it on. And this is Richard Carapaz, and it's all kicking off at the head of the Giro d'Italia. It is Richard Carapaz from Ecuador to win a stage of a Grand Tour for the first time. Chris Froome just about making it.
Railway to work yesterday. It was a gondola today, and we anticipate it being full gas for the GC contenders at the summit finish here at Gran Sasso. Yates still in pink. Pinot moved up a little bit with those time bonuses, and obviously Carapaz there into the top 10. Yeah, very good afternoon to you. Brian Smith alongside me for this stage. And before I speak to Brian, let's tell you about our Twitter vote for today. Who do you think will be in pink at the end of the day? At Eurosport_UK, the options are Yates, Dumoulin, Chavez, or maybe somebody else. So, Brian, I'll put you straight on the spot. Who do you think?
Yates. Simple. This hill suits them towards the end, and I think Yates and Chavez combination, I think they'll do something similar to they did in the Etna stage.
More about that a bit later on in your coach piece, but let's talk about yesterday now. And for all the world, didn't it? It looked like the breakaway was going to succeed, and then the rain came down.
Yes, well, I'd predicted that the break would have its day, but unfortunately the small descent, riders came to the front, came a little bit sketchy in the last climb from coming off, but I tell you what, Carapaz, he took his opportunity. It's not often a young rider gets the opportunity to do that, and he took it with both hands.
Yeah, and he's our Giro hero without any question at all. Some tweets coming in from the Giro d'Italia, the 34th country to win a stage in the Giro d'Italia, the first one for Ecuador, and it was such a momentous moment for the country that the president, Lenin Moreno, tweeted offering his congratulations to Richard Carapaz. A great performance from the young rider from Ecuador. Also a very solid performance from Mitchelton Scott, wasn't it? Guiding Simon Yates through to the finish there. And we've been given exclusive access this morning to the Mitchelton Scott team bus by personal invitation of their director sportif, Matt White.
Come on up.
I think it's right out. Then the big descent here.
All right, guys. Big day today, as we all knew. Tomorrow's the rest day, and we're going to control today's stage very, very similar to we did today. So obviously the top 20 guys on general classification we don't want down the road. Most of those guys won't be interested anyway. And like I said, we're going to ride again. We're going to ride to keep the jersey, but not necessarily for the stage win today. So once all the fun and games settles down, then Sam and Swain go back to what we were doing yesterday, and depending on who's in the composition of the break, how much we let it go out to. Okay? It's obviously a very, very tough day for the breakaway as well to be out there all day today. And that first phase of the race, if we can get you guys to the Cat 2, that'll be the end of the road for you boys, really. If you can come back after, well, that's great. But they concentrate on that first phase there to the Cat 2, all right? When we get through to there, Chris, depending on the situation, that's where we'll use you. That's where you'll come on board there from the Cat 2, and we'll try to use you as long as possible. Because the goal for us today is obviously to have Mikel, Jack and Roman around our two guys as long as possible into the climb. Because if we look at the details of that climb, it's really there's a really hard section of the climb, but it's too far to go to attack really to make a big difference, because no one's going to go at 20k to go. So the real big difference between the GC guys is going to be made in the last 4 kilometres. So ideally, we've got as many guys as possible around our two guys to nullify any attacks on the flatter parts up until 4 kilometres to go. If it starts to kick off in a real aggressive way for that period, well, then we can put one of you guys in it to control things. Or if we've got all you guys, we're in a good position, then we just ride tempo till 4 kilometres to go, and our two guys can handle the rest. Okay, it sounds simple, but it's a long day in the office, and we can discuss the details. But like I said, our plan from the start hasn't changed. It's no surprise. If Esteban or Yates here are on a good day, we have to take time on those guys. The next time you guys are going to have a chance to take time on those boys is next weekend. is next Saturday. So if we can take time today, let's do it. Like we said before, how you guys played it out perfectly on Etna. If one goes up the road, the other one has the free sit, and you're more than welcome to try to get across when you go solo. We use it to our advantage, as we did perfectly on Etna. All right, guys, all the best.
Yeah, what a privileged insight that was into what goes on before the stage on the Mitchelton Scott team bus. Because the bus of the yellow, the pink jersey holder really was remarkable, wasn't it? So let's take a closer look now at that stage profile with the coach. He's disappeared into his box.
You've heard the plan of Mitchelton Scott, but what awaits the riders is a very tough 225-kilometre stage. Stage 9 of the Giro d'Italia. Let's have a look at the details. As the profile suggests, it's tough right from the start. And the first 60, 70 kilometres, that's going to be the best place for the breakaway to go. I believe there's about 15 riders on the breakaway, so if it's going to be a strong breakaway if it wants to go to the finish. Then we have the first climb of the day. It's 6.9 kilometres in length, 6.5 average. And then we look at the penultimate climb. And this climb, 13.5 kilometres, 6%. And then on to the final climb, no descent, 26.5 kilometres in length with 3.9 average. So as you can see from the profile, it's a very difficult stage, up and down all day, but it is going to come down to the last 45 kilometres. We've got that climb, doesn't go downhill, and then we go onto a plateau. So let's have a look at this final climb in a little bit more detail. As we look at the final climb, and the situation we've got now is I think we're going to have a very reduced peloton. This plateau part here, I think, is going to play into the hands of the teams that have got numbers, because they're going to attack here. They're not going to wait until this part here, because the last 4.5 kilometres, it gets to 13%, really steep gradients. And I reckon that that's where Mitchelton Scott, they've already said it in their meeting, this is where they're going to attack. So I think the likes of Tom Dumoulin, maybe Chris Froome, other teams may look at that plateau part of the final climb to actually put the race into pieces. So it's going to be a really interesting stage. We're definitely going to see a GC battle. So let this race rock and roll.
Yeah, GC battle in store. Big day for Chris Froome yet again. It's not been the best start really for this race, has it? He crashed during the time trial, and then he crashed again yesterday, didn't he? Just you see in the background there, his back wheel going away from him. And meanwhile, this is what was happening in the Sky team car with Nico Portal when he went down.
Attenzione, caduta regolata per Froome, Sky Dimension Data uomo.
Okay, we're moving up. You okay for me? So from here, have a crash, guys. I think he's on his bike. He's on his bike. Perfect, perfect. You got all the team with him. Perfect, perfect. Huh? All good, all good. Yeah, we stay in control. We take one side and we move very slowly. Perfect. All good, all good. That's top, boys. Huh? Really good, really good. Smooth, huh? We move up to the same place, but smooth, huh? Okay, 5.2k to go, 5.2k to go.
Yeah, well, given his main man had gone down, you have to say that Nico Portal is a pretty cool cookie. Well, let's hear from him this morning, and these were his thoughts ahead of today's stage.
Give us some news of Chris, who was on the floor again yesterday.
Yeah, good, he's good. Yeah, you're right, again. Obviously, that was quite stressful for us in the car, but even more for the guys. But yeah, all good. But just a simple crash. I think he just made a mistake, you know, just going out too strongly on the corner and just slide. This bike will just slide off and he crash. But all good, yeah, all good.
To crash in a week, do you for him? How do you explain that, and what's the feeling in the team about this?
Well, I think just too bad luck, to be honest. The first one was clear bad luck. This one was a bit his mistake, so that can happen, you know. In general, the last 3 or 4 years he didn't crash that much. He had a period, you know, in a few months he was in the Dauphiné, in a Tour, he crashed for 2 months, and then for 4 years nothing. So hopefully now he's done. But yeah, obviously you don't like to crash, and because then you start to think a little bit. So I think it's fine. He's all good. And yesterday he knew it was his mistake, so you know it's not a big deal.
How can Chris improve for the next 2 weeks? Because he is 1 minute behind at the GC.
Well, yeah, that was not the plan, obviously, to be in 1 minute, that's for sure. But we knew that, and he knew that he's gonna start the Giro not in the top form and build it up, you know, toward the second part of the second week, and the last week was going to be really, really tough and important for him. But 1 minute, how you can take this back? First, you need to be good in mountain, and want to take some time back on the mountain, and then you still have the time trial. So there's different guys, you know, on the race. Dumoulin is gonna have his own style of racing. The Yates difference also. So, and Chris is good on both. So you need to, for sure, we need in 1 point to go hard in some time, in some climbs and some mid finish, and take some time. Why not go for the stage victory? That's for sure. And at the same time, you need to go super fast on the TT to getting time and put some time on the pure climber who's disputing the GC, and trying why not to do same game with Dumoulin, and maybe if beat him will be all super hard, but try to go as fast as you can.
Yeah, we've seen a great insight this morning, haven't we, or this afternoon, I should say, into the role of the director sportive. We saw Matty White there on the bus first thing. We saw Nico Portal in the car yesterday when Froome fell. Obviously, it's an important role. What kind of tone, though, does the DS set?
Well, it doesn't matter how the DS feels within himself. He has to be confident, and he has to deliver constant messages and confident messages. And like Nicolas Portal did yesterday after the crash, he's really calm, which is the best to do. You can't panic, because in the heat of the moment, and you know, as an ex-rider, you can feel a little bit, but it's the riders that are actually in the race feel it a lot more. But if you're getting calm, calculated and confident decisions from your sports director, like Matt White stood up in front of everybody and said, you do this, you do that. It's simple, written down, it's simple, but it's they believe it. They go into the stage, and it's all about the small goals. Getting to this stage with these riders, getting to the next stage, to the next stage, and as it falls into place, the team gets more confident and more confident. So yeah, you're talking about two top-end sports directors, and you're seeing great insights.
A real contrast, isn't it, in the positions they're in? You've got Nico Portal with Froome, who's won 5 Grand Tours but is struggling a bit, and then you've got Matt White with Mitchelton Scott and Yates and Chavez, who haven't won a Grand Tour, and he seems to be capturing how special the moment is for the team really well and making the riders excited.
I know Whitey very well, and I know that inside he's waiting to go, yes! But he can't. He has to remain calm, and you know, it's the same with any management. You know, you have your own management styles, and we see Mark Madio on the side of the car shouting at the riders and everything. Not everybody likes that, so it's each to their own, but we're seeing great insights. We're seeing a new Grand Tour champion emerge through two possibly through Mitchelton Scott, and you know, Matt White has been there himself, and you're seeing, you know, the veteran, although he's still young, Nicolas Portal, you know, trying to get Chris Froome. He's not had the best of luck, so yeah, well, it's great insight to the inside of the minds and the workings of teams.
And in terms of Simon Yates, we saw the interview, just a little clip there before yesterday's stage. Like, I don't know what's going to happen, you know, anything could happen. For a man wearing the pink jersey, a leader's jersey for the first time in the Grand Tour, he seems very cool.
He is, and I think both himself and Adam, I don't know what their mum and dad are like. They're probably nervous wrecks, but
they'd be awful, aren't they?
They've been brought up very well, grounded, and that's the most important. They're relaxed, they're enjoying themselves. And Simon's here in the Giro d'Italia for the first time, and he's enjoying it. You know, I remember riding the Giro d'Italia for the first time and thinking, wow, this is great. You know, you used to watch this on television, and yeah, I think it's the enjoyment factor. Chris Froome, maybe a little bit doing more of a job. He's been here in the Grand Tour, he's doing a job. It's not going his own way. He never came in with the great form, but as Portal said there, he's waiting and hoping that he doesn't lose too much time and looking at the back end of this race. But long may it continue for these young, you know, lads like Simon Yates and Carapaz, great. Sam Bennett, great. You know, we've seen the emergence, and I love seeing history, and over the last few days we're seeing plenty of history in this year's Giro.
OK, well, let's hear now from the Maglia Rosa, from Simon Yates.
Simon, when you look at the race profile and you see the mountains, does it make you happy?
Yes, of course it does. No, if we have we need to control the start here. But the final looks very, very nice. Hard climb. We'll see what happens.
It's called Montagna Pantani. Does it mean something for you?
I watched the video of him racing here, the same final, I think, before, and yeah, of course he was a very big rider. You know, very unique style, and that's what I remember about him.
In just one word, how is your state of mind?
Very good, relaxed.
Because it is the Montagna Pantani. A flawed character, people at home will have their different views about him, but nonetheless he did light up the world of cycling, didn't he, Brian?
Yeah, I was quite fortunate, or unfortunate maybe, because he came to light in the 1994 Giro d'Italia when I rode it. I didn't know who he was, and all of a sudden, you know, this young man, he didn't look too young. He still had a bit of hair at that time, but he came up and won 2 stages, 2 of the, you know, the hardest stages. So that thrust him into the limelight, and you know, he really took it on. I love his climbing style. You know, I loved everything about him. You know, it was sad in the end, but a great champion, and it's nice to see that this stage we're honouring them.
OK, live racing coming up very, very shortly. This is stage 9, but just time to tell you about our Twitter vote. Who do you think will be wearing pink at the end of stage 9? Well, other is 9%, Chris Froome included within that. Chavez, 7%. Dumoulin, of course, the defending champion, 11%. A massive 73% for Simon Yates. When we come back after the break, it will be live racing on stage 9. A break up the road. I wonder if they'll stay away. We'll see you very, very shortly.
Fourteen riders in the break on the way to 2,000 metres for the first time in this year's Giro d'Italia. We won't break the 2,000-metre barrier again until we reach the last 2 stages of this race. Tim Wellens is in the break on the way very close to a place where he won his first Giro d'Italia stage a couple of years ago. It's Roccaraso that's going to be the first classified climb. I can tell you that he's joined by 13 other riders. Michael Schachel is there. Davide Ballerini and Fausto Masnada represent Androni Giocattoli. Bahrain Merida have 2 riders in the road, so look out later on for Domenico Pozzovivo, who lies 5th overall. In the break, Boaro and Visconti. Andrietta is in the green jersey representing Bardiani. The Katusha rider there is once again Maxim Belkov, a former stage winner at the Giro d'Italia. Alex Turin in the fluorescent yellow jersey. He was the rider who was brought in very late, just 2 days before the start, to replace Pippo Pozzato. Laurent Didier and Gianluca Brambilla are in the red jerseys, and Brambilla, by the way, with the gap at 6 minutes and 57 on the road, is the virtual Maglia Rosa. He started the day 6 minutes and 40 seconds down. Nanel Berhane, the Eritrean star from Dimension Data's in this breakaway. Former national champion on your screen now, alongside Hugh Carthy for Education First Rapak. And who've we missed out? Cesare Benedetti's there, as is the man we mentioned at the start, Tim Wellens. It's a big breakaway, a big day. Second category climb in the middle, a long climb split into 2 towards the end. Sean Kelly, we are waiting fireworks on the Giro.
Yes, well, today is a day I think we will see fireworks, and we've had a pretty rapid start. When you look at the average, the first hour 45, the second hour 42.7, so it did start off at a very fast pace, and considering it's a long day, 225k and a very difficult final here, it's going to be a one where the team of Mitchell and Scott are going to have difficulty controlling here, because there's a lot of riders up front, and something on a day like today you need a smaller group, and we can see Brambilla, who's the best in general classification.
Yeah, Brambilla there is probably meaning that the gap hasn't been allowed to go any further so far. 6 minutes and 40 down on the pink jersey of Simon Yates. The rider from Bury in the northwest of England still leads the Giro d'Italia for Mitchelton Scott. They lead the team classification. Esteban Chavez still has the mountains jersey, although there are 65 points of the remaining 488 available for the King of the Mountains on offer today. And this is how we stand on stage 9, with Simon Yates 16 seconds ahead of the defending champion Tom Dumoulin. Esteban Chavez 3rd overall as well, with Pino Pozzovivo, Dennis Bilbao and Carapaz, yesterday's stage winner, in 8th place as it stands at the moment. A virtual standing on your screen as well. Brambilla, if the stage were to finish right now, would lead by 9 seconds from Simon Yates. But I tell you what, I think we can throw that right out of the window right away, because 132 kilometres to go, and one of the toughest mountain stages of this Giro d'Italia at the end of the first week proper. Rest day tomorrow, big day today. And of course the race could have another very big shake-up. Now, how did the breakaway develop today? You can see on your screen they've been in the break for 91.7 kilometres. Shaw mentioned it was a really fast start. At the 10th kilometre they had 2 minutes and 15, but they kept chasing, they kept limiting that gap, and they've pulled it out now to probably the maximum gap almost they've had. They had 7.5 minutes at one stage. It's down to 6:51 now. But look at the rhythm behind. Mitchelton, Scott working very hard. We heard in the meeting, in the interview we heard on Eurosport right at the start today, that they were thinking of using certain riders to the second category climb. They talked about using Chris Jensen after the second category climb. He's already at the front, which I think, Sean, maybe gives us an idea of how hard they've had to work.
Yes, well, you can have a lot of tactics before you go out on the stage, but that can change a lot depending on how the race is ridden by the other teams. Also your riders as well. You can, you know, say the riders, this guy is going to ride in the earlier part, but sometimes riders not be as good as you expect them to be as they normally are, so it can change, and the tactic can, you know, have totally be changed at an earlier point, and there's nothing you can do with that. You can just, you know, get on with it, and yeah, this is going to be a demanding day for the team of Yates with the pink jersey, because so many riders in the front, and they all seem to be contributing up front to the breakaway.
Talking of the breakaway, here's Giovanni Visconti present up the front.
Una tappa un po' particolare con questa salita
today another hard stage, finishing with a long climb. Have you done this one before? Well, we've seen it in videos. Cycling is like this nowadays. We study everything before doing it on video. Of course, it's a strange climb. It's a little more difficult, and it's a long way from the finish. And in the last 4 kilometers, it becomes very hard. So we will need to control our efforts. Today is another stage where we will need to understand that there's going to be a breakaway that's going to be there, like on the Etna stage, and in that case we'll need to be in it and then help Domenico Pozzovivo towards the finish. Did you recover after your fall? Can we expect to see you towards the front today? I'm a lot better, thank you, even though I'm not 100%. Today I hope to play my part, and we hope that it's all going to go well. Well, Rob, very quickly before I throw it back to you, I was going to say that according to the Rai television channel, apparently the Rai reporter says that this is the second big breakaway of the day, because apparently Chris Froome bolted from journalists at the start today, and Rai have been reporting that Chris Froome was involved in the first breakaway of the day, and this is in fact the second.
You controversial soul, Jonathan Harrispass. I saw that reported just before we came on air as well. Right, journalists maybe being a little naughty, but all good fun, I'm sure. 6:58, and there is Chris Froome and Team Sky, and well, we'll get on to them later on today, because it wasn't a good day for them yesterday. It could have been a lot worse. It was saved. Question is, how is he feeling today? For now, this is the breakaway, and they're approaching Castel di Sangro. Of course, you avid football readers might remember this town from the book that took the name from the town and its football team. Miracle of Castel di Sangro, and their meteoric rise up through the Italian football divisions. 4Ks away. Difference in speed between the break and the peloton. Well, big difference, but they're on very different terrain at the moment, so we won't take that one too seriously. 6:49, 130 kilometers to go, and we're off to the Gran Sasso d'Italia, where the under-23 Giro d'Italia came 12 months ago. But the Giro's first visit since that famous win by Marco Pantani in 1999. Finish is this year's designated Montagna Pantani stage. But I think it's safe to say now, Sean, that with both yesterday's and today's stage, we're into the meaty part of the Giro d'Italia now, aren't we?
Well, we sure are, and yesterday it was an exceptional final, considering, you know, the day it looked like it was going to be a breakaway. I forecasted it, you know, that it was going to be a win from the breakaway, but how close did it get in the end? Conditions as well, the weather conditions, I think, changed that a lot, because the peloton did ride on at a faster pace, and Today is another day where it's changing a lot here. We get the sunshine up here at the top, then it clouds over, it gets quite cold, so it's changing all the time. Doesn't look like we're going to get any conditions like yesterday, but it's going to be a hectic final. Today is one of the big ones, and we're going to see, I think, gaps between the general classification and certainly today.
Yesterday, Richard Carapaz was the winner. He's moved up to 8 overall as well. We'll talk about him a lot more and building up to the big finale when we come back. On the way to the base of the first climb of the day, we'll pass through Castel di Sangro, and it's the climb to where Tim Wellens, who's in the break, won a Giro d'Italia stage. We're going up to Roccaraso, up above 1,200 metres, just where we were yesterday, the finale at the Sanctuary Montevergine di Mercogliano. 7 minutes and 1 is the advantage at the moment for the breakaway. Third uphill finish of this Giro. Peloton on the descent now into Castel di Sangro itself. Of course, we started with 171 riders today. Stage winner yesterday, Richard Carapaz, in the white Best Young Riders jersey. Today is day in cycling, as well as noted for being a birthday. Birthday to Purito Rodriguez, now retired. Of course, has a lot of history with the Giro d'Italia. Finished on the podium here. Just as he finished on the podium at all the Grand Tours, but didn't quite manage to win one. A very happy 39th birthday to Joaquim Rodriguez. On the podium twice of the World Championships as well, but he won plenty of races in his time. Two Lombardis, Flèche Wallonne, Volta Catalunya a couple of times. His home race, of course, as a Catalan rider. He won the Tour de Basque Country, Spanish national champion, and 3 times the top rider on the UCI World Tour. 45 victories as a pro. Feliz cumple, happy birthday. 39th birthday to Purito Rodriguez. I'm sure he's sitting at home and watching, because today's the sort of day I think he would have liked.
Well, it would be a final for him, certainly. He would like to be getting into this terrain after the early part of the race, which he would certainly not like. You know, the flat stage, he wasn't the rider who liked that at all. So he is, I'm sure he's watching here, relaxing. Has to be. But looking at the breakaway here, you know, they're working very well here, and you can see the peloton there. They were doing over 60 kilometers per hour. I know they're on a little bit of a downhill, but this is going to be a very using day for Mitchell and Scott, because when you allow a big breakaway like this away and they all work together, well, then it's going to be a very difficult one to contain. And, you know, 7 minutes at the moment, and we did hear from Matt White they wanted, you know, to hold on to the pink jersey, but it's been a difficult day already for them, and there's still a long ways to go. 124 kilometers is the most difficult part of this stage to come. We're coming into this you know, difficult climb now. Surprisingly, they left so many riders get into the breakaway. You would have think they'd have blocked it down very quickly and just try and get a smaller breakaway, and that would make things much easier for the team for the day.
Yeah, keep the peace for a while, ride along, and then start the action to the final climb. But too many teams interested, and of course Bahrain Merida, I think, is the main one to look there, isn't it? Because you see Manuel Boaro and Giovanni Visconti. Okay, they're both 29 and 27 minutes down respectively, but not threatening the pink jersey. However, we know that Domenico Pozzovivo is in some form at the moment. He's 43 seconds down, he's 5th, and this is his terrain. Today, he will have to attack.
Yes, well, that is the question. You know, the teams that have somebody in the breakaway, or maybe even 2 riders in the breakaway, as you mentioned, with general classification and back in the bunch, that could be very important at the end of the day. You know, they could use those riders, and, you know, it's a question, again, we ask ourselves, you know, the breakaway, 7 minutes at the moment, with this very difficult final, the way they're holding it with the peloton and Mitchell and Scott, it could be that we see another battle on the final. And, you know, 7 minutes is nothing when you look at this final today. So yeah, it's a one where it's becoming a complicated one, and it's going to be an interesting final no matter what happens. But if it's up for the stage victory, well, then I think it will be more contested again, and it's whatever happens here is going to be a hectic running today, and it's going to be a hard day for everybody, because the breakaway working so well, and you could see there at the rear of the peloton there's a few riders, you know, struggling to stay in contact with the main peloton. I could see Lars back there from Lotto Fixall. The shoulders are moving, and there's a number of riders there already, you know, fighting just to stay in the peloton.
Yeah, and let's not forget, these guys haven't had a proper rest day yet since we started in Jerusalem. Okay, there was a rest day on Monday, but 3 hours it was spent on a plane. An hour to get to the military base to fly out before that. A lot of these guys were up at the crack of dawn as well. The later flight, I think they had to get up at 6:30, 6:45 in the morning, and then, you know, there was the travelling for half the day. So it's been a long 10 days for these guys.
Yes, it is. It has been a long 10 days, and yeah, fatigue is going to be a problem, and it's already some riders are suffering. But as we go on into the race, the final week, we will see it'll, you know, it will really mark a lot of the riders, will affect a lot of the riders in the general classification, and I think they will also, some of them will, you know, pay for this difficult start. And you know, the racing as well, it has been fast racing. Normally, as I said, you know, if you had 5 or 6 riders out here, they would just have to ride, but they couldn't, you know, ride at 100% at all. So the peloton would just control them very easy. But with a big breakaway, and you can see again here, you know, a line of riders, that tells that the pace is very fast, and yeah, it's not a comfortable day for anybody here in the peloton.
This is Sam Bewley, who's doing a big job today. We saw in the meeting with Matt White, it was him and it was Swain Tuft who were picked to do the early work. Giovanni Visconti, after that crash the other day, has been riding fantastically well. You can see him all banged up and strapped up in the red jersey. Tim Wellens is on a climb he knows well.
And he crashed yesterday.
Crashed again yesterday. A few crashes. And of course, we saw Chris Froome crashing going uphill at one stage. A lot of water about. Some questionable bike handling in the bunch as well. But Visconti's soldiering on. He has Boiro with him with the long hair and the golden helmet there. And at the back in the green, it's Simone Andreetta, who we're used to seeing in a Giro d'Italia breakaway or two, despite the fact that he still qualifies for the young rider competition. Bardiani not managing to get up there and get their stage yet, and it's a shame for them that they've lost their sprinter. They lost Andrea Guardini very, very early on. But Simone Andreetta, we talked about him in breakaways before. He actually finished 4th on the stage to Terme Luigiane last year, that was won by Dillier. This is his 3rd Giro d'Italia. And talking of breakaway men, Benedetti knows a thing about breakaways or two. There he is in the green and black jersey, and I think that'll be a very happy camp, won't it? Bora Hansgrohe, they had some bad news at the start of the week with Formolo losing those 5 minutes in the crash. They lost to Rudi Zelig as well. Then Bennett's win came along, and then Formolo yesterday looked a lot better and a lot more sprightly towards the end. Finished 2nd.
Yes, he did. He rode very well yesterday, and I was concerned, you know, on Mount Etna when he lost the time there. Was he going to have a really difficult Giro? You know, was his form not good? But he came back yesterday, and an excellent performance. So, you know, that looks good for the days to come in this race when we have the mountain stages. I think we will see him up there fighting for a stage victory at least.
Yeah, stage victory. And you never know in the Giro d'Italia, you get yourself into one of those big breaks in the last week, and you could suddenly end up with a stage win and finish in the top 10 overall as well. Our first abandon of the day. There are 170 riders now left in the Giro d'Italia, and it's another sprinter who bites the dust, I'm afraid. Jakub Mareczko has only lasted 8.5 stages of this Giro. He's been up there sprinting well, but I'm afraid on the way to Campo Imperatore on the big Apennine day, he has abandoned the Giro, and that leaves Villa Triestina with just 7 riders in the race now, and that's a blow for them, Sean.
Yes, it is a blow, and it just tells how difficult the race is here. You know, they're just pushing along at such a pace, and the sprinters in difficulty already before we get to the meaty part of the stage at all. And you know, Mareczko is the one, he doesn't like the climbs. We see him on the stage to Etna and the stage in Sicily. He was suffering big time, and you know, he's already throwing the towel. When you look at the next number of days, I suppose he feels there's not a lot there for him. And yeah, we talked about this Giro, the sprinters, you know, there were very few opportunities for them, and for that reason, I think not going well and looking further down the road, you know, he loses morale totally, and when you do that, well, then it's very hard to fight on and try and stay in the race.
It's different when you have a stage win, isn't it? And you've got that confidence already. So if you're Sam Bennett and you're Elia Viviani has the jersey on his back at the minute, as we see Boiro at the front. But yeah, if you definitely have an opportunity and something to shout about, then you're going to fight that little bit harder to stay in, aren't you?
Yes, and some of the sprinters, of course, yeah, they get over the climbs a bit better than others, and Sam is definitely one who'll get over. As a, you know, a real fast man, he can get over the difficult stages, medium mountain stages quite well. We've seen that in this Giro, we've seen it in the past, but some of the other real big sprinters, they have major difficulty when there's some climbs at all, and the pace is really going on in the earlier part of the day, as we've seen today. Like the race, very fast in the beginning, as you mentioned, the first 2 hours were rapid, and yeah, he's paying the price. The very minute start kicking up, he just gets into difficulty, and I suppose when he looks forward down this road here to the stage, you know, 40 kilometres of a climb at the end, he's saying to himself, well, there's no way I'm never going to make the finish today.
The team bus and team car, the broom wagon's a lot warmer than the climb up to the Gran Sasso d'Italia. This is Castel di Sangro. I can't see the stadium yet. We're having a look at the Basilica of Santa Maria Assunta, built in medieval times, as you can see, Baroque style. Beautiful facade there. But this town in more recent times, very much more famous, as you mentioned 10 to 15 minutes ago, for its small football team exploits, shooting their way up the Italian divisions. And of course, that book, Miracle of Castel di Sangro, we've mentioned in the last few years a few times on the Giro coverage as we've skirted past through this area. Today we get a nice view of it, and Swain Tuft still going strong at the front. The gap that the breakaways has extended again, though. 7 minutes 28 now. Frances Desjeux sitting in just behind, and they rode very well yesterday for Thibaut Pinot. Thibaut Pinot up there taking 4 bonus seconds. They seem very happy about things, everybody in Groupama FDJ. And Georg Preidler, their new Austrian signing, who it usually has a good Giro d'Italia. We've seen him up there in a few years. We've already seen him be part of a winning team last year for Tom Dumoulin. He rode very well towards the end yesterday. Climb to Rocaraz on your screen. You can see that there's over 2 kilometres difference between the two groups on the road. Beautiful day down there. It's funny, we're sat in the commentary box here. As you can see, the actual castle of itself, pardon me, once a military garrison. See those towers talked about on the graphics there on the screen. That's what's left of the castle anyway. Good vantage point. And it's funny driving around this area. We were talking about how exposed and how remote it must seem when it snows around here in winter.
Well, you can see the reason how exposed it is. You know, very open here, and when you get snow out here, of course, you can't have it for many weeks, and you can be, you know, housebound for quite a long time. You have to, you know, shovel your way out the front door when you get the real heavy snow here. And we're at that altitude, of course. You know, you can. Today it's so cold here. The very minute it gets clouded over a bit, temperatures drop by about 2 or 3, maybe 4 degrees. Suddenly the sun comes out, then it heats up again. But we're in the mountains, and we're at that altitude.
Have you seen the weather forecast for next week yet?
Yes, hopefully not. My God. It's
not looking great, I can tell you. Snow forecast for next week. This man, though, likes the mountains. Let's have a quick look at Gianluca Brambilla. And Gianluca Brambilla on your screen now. 4 professional wins. He's been in the Maglia Rosa as well. He's 6 minutes 40 seconds down. 30 years of age. He's running in a new position at a new team this year, Trek Segafredo. Said he wanted to have a go for GC at the start of the year, but it's hard. It's hard. He's never done it before, really. He's carries a bit of weight for a climber, but of course we know. I think Gianluca Brambilla's terrain is certainly much more the hills rather than the high mountains. Well, he's in the break. And we spoke to him before the start today. Here he is, Gianluca Brambilla.
Do you think you have enough freedom for going in breakaway today?
Well, we were due to go and hear from Gianluca Brambilla there, but unfortunately, I think the camera was on pause. We'll hear from him, don't worry, we'll sort that out. Brambilla, I know you're desperate to hear his motives for getting in the break. We'll talk too about Richard Carapaz and his stage win yesterday, what it means for Ecuador. First ever Ecuadorian stage winner of the Giro d'Italia. Just over 120 kilometres to go. We are going to hear that Gianluca Brambilla interview in just a moment's time. And after Gianluca Brambilla, the next voice you hear will be that of Colton Kirby.
Do you think you have enough freedom for going in breakaway today?
Today, I'm not sure the breakaway can arrive to the finish. As I said, there are really a lot of people fresh and still trying to maybe win the stage. So I think today, a team like Astana can pull for the stage.
I think he's right, Sean. Hello, everybody. We are absolutely frozen at the top, I must admit, and the temperature here is wavering, sort of hovering around 8 Celsius, according to my my own method, which we'll go into on another day. Breakaway, you've got to be determined to take it on, Sean, and we're going to start climbing for the first time proper very, very shortly. And as you can see, it's starting to thin down just a little bit at the moment. First KOM coming in 2.7 kilometres, and for some it's going to nibble at them.
Well, it is going to I think hit them. They've been out there for a long time, and we did hear from Gianluca Brambilla there. He said a lot of riders are still feeling fresh and feeling good. That is certainly the case, because the start this morning, a very start, the first 2 hours really fast racing, and it haven't settled at all because of the way the big breakaway is riding here. The peloton have to push on to keep the advantage down to the minimum, and for Mitchell and Scott it's going to be a real difficult day with a big breakaway allowed away in the stage today.
So as you can see, they are, just for the time being, just getting into each other just a little bit. These intermediates, and indeed the points that they're in, are on offer. Been taken a lot by Androni Zajdemek, and in fact they love having themselves out towards the front. Davide Ballerini is up there at the moment, Giro debut this year. Been turned a pro just last year and has been extremely busy, as have most of Androni Zajdemek. We roll on, climb to come, and more in that competition. Rain, it's a possibility, and more than that, it was yesterday. Brian Smith, Mr. Meteo, as we're now calling him, saying emphatically that there would be no rain, but of course we disagreed with him, and he's very rarely wrong, but there you go. Yesterday we all thought that the break would make it, but because the rain indeed did come, it scuppered their chances too. So today we're taking no chances by emphatically saying it's going to be one way or the other. Dry so far, and in fact warm when you're in the sunshine, but when you're not, it's extremely cold, Sean. We've had to wrap ourselves up. We're sitting here in our hats and you've got an extraordinarily fetching one actually at the moment. Sean's looking here like a human equivalent of a marker pen. It's a Dayglow yellow he's wearing. If the fog does come down, he won't be lost. I think that's probably got something to do with it. Just driving into this. At the moment, Sean, they are enjoying balmy conditions, but as you can see from the clouds that lay up ahead, anything can happen today. We could have all seasons. Oh, chain off just at the wrong time. Well, this opens up then
come on.
For Bahani. Is Bahani... come on, Bahani. Well, that was clearly by agreement. And Brian Smith punching the air and saying, what on earth is going on? He's standing behind us. He'll be joining us in a few moments' time. Masnada must try harder. 7.5 minutes is the gap that these guys have on the pink jersey for the time being. Well, there you are, Sean. I think I could have won that one in that circumstance. Not exactly the pace, but bad luck can happen any time.
Yes, as we can see, his teammate just pushes him over the line, and Bahani just slowing down there and allow him to take it. Be a bit more difficult to push you over the line, Carlton. a bit too many kilos.
Well, there have been tanks in this part of the world in the past, so. In fact, Mussolini was imprisoned where we are up top. I've actually been to Mussolini's palace, and indeed his offices in Milan, which is rather bizarre. But yes, so from one head of state to another, Sean Kelly is going to bow out and go and get himself a sandwich, and Brian Smith is going to join us. Mr. Meteo, the man who knows everything about the weather. We're going to ask him in a few moments' time what he thinks about today's chances of rain. Brian, yesterday, emphatically, definitely not going to be any rain. You were very, very sure of yourself. What about today?
Well, I've been doing my calculations, and yeah, I don't think there'll be too much rain today. There is a bit of mist, low cloud, but I don't think there'll be any rain today.
Well, there's apparently a 35% chance. It was 40 yesterday, and it came. So let's wait and see. They actually were warning us, were they not, Brian, a couple of days ago, that we might have snow.
Yeah, well, that I can say 100% we've got snow, but most of it is actually standing at the side of the road. But I just want to draw your attention to this here. It's okay for Nathaniel Bahani to give his team, the rider, a little bit of a push, but when Ballerini comes up here and actually pushes, I'll be interested to see what the commissaires say about that, because technically you can't do that. I know they're allowing them to have it as a gift, but technically you're not allowed to do that.
Well, the exchange, if you like, you're not allowed to work for another team. We've seen Aussies basically knocked back in the past for helping out other Aussies. I think Michael Matthews involved, wasn't he? Or was it Giro? Remind me. Inter-team changes. There was a... It was Richie Port and Simon Clark.
Team time trial had a problem.
Richie Port and Simon Clark some time ago, indeed. So
change of a wheel.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And so you're not allowed to assist others. However, that little handoff there, I think, will be described precisely as that by Dimension Data. That suddenly he slowed down and he was stabilising himself. That would be my way of getting away with it in court. So I think you'll probably go for that. Sharp shadows just for the time being, and a sharp profile, Brian, to today. This is going to be a huge test and a big one, worthy of the day before a rest day, where we always get the trial.
Yes, indeed. Looking at yesterday's stage, 209 kilometres. It wasn't the most difficult of stages, it wasn't the most difficult of finals. A couple of riders, namely Dumoulin, found it a little bit difficult in the end. Sometimes that happens when you're riding, a fast pace and a climb after just riding, a good tempo all day. But when you look at today's stage and yesterday's stage all put together, it's a difficult weekend. 225 kilometres. The breakaway have already gone over the top of the first climb of the day, a second category climb. But there's two big climbs to come, but it doesn't actually go downhill after that. It's 45 kilometres, pretty much all uphill today.
As you can see, there's plenty of snow around here. Brian, during his downtime at the top here, was out there with his snowboard, a banjo and a pair of Speedos. It was a fantastic sight. But sadly the camera wasn't working. But anyway, he's here now, all wrapped up, now that the cloud has rolled in and brought some cloud to it. Great outfit, by the way, Brian. Abruzzo National Park. It is spectacular. We came up here and Sean in the car said, some great hunting to be had around here. I don't know whether you're thinking venison, wild boar, but whatever it is, it's probably have it sliced up in a sandwich right now. He's gone off for his break, and we welcome Brian Smith alongside us. Brian, today, there's a lot of speculation, as there were yesterday, as to how the general classification men will approach this. I think they are going to go all in, and I think this will be an amazing battle towards the end. And I think there'll be potentially some surprises, of which this race has thrown up plenty in terms of form.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to see a bit of rock and roll today, especially in that plateau after the penultimate climb. Doesn't exactly go downhill, continues on up for another 26.5 kilometres. The wind is blowing a little bit up here, and it's kind of gusting a little bit, so I think it's going to come down to numbers, what teammates you've got left, because if it is windy on the plateau, we could see some good racing, because everybody knows that Chavez and Simon Yates are probably looking at doing something in the last 4 kilometres in the steep sections, so they'll be thinking about maybe further down the climb. So we're going to see some good racing today for sure.
Looking forward to it. 7 minutes 47. John, Roccaraso, you must know about it. It looks lovely.
Roccaraso, absolutely beautiful. It's where Tim Wellens, of course, won his previous stage on the Giro d'Italia before winning on this year's Giro. It's a very beautiful 19th century conurbation, but quite a lot of it's been built rather more recently. You were just referencing the beautiful national park up at Gran Sasso, which I happen to know a little bit more about than I do Roccaraso, so I'm going to tell you about that instead. One of the things that you can find there in the park is the Abruzzo Edelweiss, and you've also got the Abruzzo Chamois. You've got wolves up there. You've got the Marcian brown bear, roe deer, wildcats, wild boars that you've already mentioned, foxes and squirrels as well. Golden eagles are also sighted up in this part of the world as well, and you also see the very rare white-backed woodpecker, so keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah, exactly, and watch out for it. Thankfully, we've got our thick clothing on today. 111.6, won't go there. 111.6 kilometres of the day remaining with 7 minutes and 49. Abruzzo brown bear. I actually asked today an Italian friend of ours as to whether there were in fact bears up here. So yeah. I didn't believe it. He said he didn't think so, but John Harris-Bass, of course, has confirmed otherwise. Today, we have an altitude gain of 4,252 kilometres. They may be at ease right now. They certainly are at ease compared to what they will be at the end of the day. A double kicker that's going to hurt. There's going to be some big time gaps out there, and I think this is going to be our first true indication of really the power that lays within the peloton, and indeed particularly all those question marks that we had hovering over those who've had ill fortune. Think Formolo, think Miguel Angel Lopez, think Chris Froome, I guess you might say. Froome's also had the question mark as to where he lies within his planned form. He doesn't want to come to it too quickly, naturally enough. So while Mario and his Wheels of Steel give you this musical interlude, ponder that for a moment. I do wonder about those musical interludes, but nonetheless. Yeah, it's impeccable up here. A lot of the settlements made in the 19th century, as John said, but they've done him rather well. So, indeed, as Fausto Masnada, who's taken the King of the Mountains here, those points anyway, 15 points available to him. A reasonable amount. I don't really know why Bahani didn't go for it himself, but anyway, there's probably a sandwich in it. Roccaraso then, we sailed by and indeed onwards and upwards. In terms of control today, who's going to want to do most of it? Mitchelton Scott, naturally, because of the pink jersey, but there's some other real powerful teams here that right now are starting to take some big bites in terms of their form. Their luck seems to have changed, and I'm waiting to see Astana just basically blast a few away on the next climb, the big one at the end of today. There'll be others hoping to do exactly the same. Do you think who basically is looming large in your mind, Brian, today?
Well, there's actually a few teams, when we remember the breakaway that went away in the Etna stage, a lot of the GC favourites had riders in there, and sometimes multiple riders. If you look at UAE, they had 3 riders in that breakaway that day. The day that Chavez was there, Jack Haig was there, and Chavez went on to win the stage. But today, different story altogether. With the length of the stage, 225 kilometres, I think when we go up this next climb, it's on that plateau, you really need numbers. Team Sunweb aren't represented, Stan aren't represented, Groupama, FDJ, Mitchelton Scott, obviously, Team Sky and UAE. So I think all of those teams are saving the riders. They don't want to waste them in the breakaway because it's a hard day to be in the breakaway all day and support your team towards the end. So I think the likes of Sunweb, Astana, Groupama, Sky, UAE, those are the teams that I think will want to do something when we get over this penultimate climb on the plateau, because they don't want to wait for the attacks coming in the steep part from the likes of Chavez and Simon Yates.
They're going to come. They're going to roll through. It's we're quite pensive today about how this one's going to pan out, and there'll be some riders as well that haven't really rung a bell yet, but certainly will. Ding ding, round what, 9. Thibaut Pinot, think about him. If it rains and it gets cold, he won't care. He will go for it. In fact, he thrives very well in that kind of circumstance. By the way, if I sound like I'm a bit today, it's because I've broken a tooth on a piece of nugget yesterday. Daryl, one of our cameramen, said, you've got to watch your teeth with those. 2 minutes later, half a tooth missing.
Het is zondag, een traditionele zondag in de Giro.
Here's Arthur van Dongen, the Sunweb sports director, down at the start today. Asked, is it an important day today? We said, well, every day is important, but today's extra important. It's a long stage, lots of climbs, a steep finish, so an important and tough day ahead.
Wordt het ook een test voor Dumoulin bijvoorbeeld?
Do you think it's going to be a real test for Tom Dumoulin? I think it's going to be a test for everyone, including Tom. So we'll have to see how it goes. It is, after all, a mountain stage.
De eerste 8 dagen is hij hartstikke mooi doorgekomen, hè? Ook gisteren in een
pretty good first week for Tom Dumoulin, including that hard final climb yesterday. Well, the climb itself wasn't too tough, but it's true that rain certainly made it difficult.
Het zwaartepunt vandaag is die
Is the most important part of today the finish up the Gran Sasso, do you think?
Ja, zeker, maar ook daarvoor zit
well, definitely, but there's already been a second category climb ahead of that, and then there's another first category climb before Gran Sasso. So it's a long sequence of climbing today with just small downhill parts.
Maar het is lang klimmen vandaag, dus ja, dat gaat een behoorlijke slag worden.
Wat verwacht u als ervaren ploegleider?
What are your expectations for the day? Do you think the GC will have a chance?
Ik denk dat de kaarten steeds meer
well, today is going to be another day where the GC gets a little more shape to it. And whether there are going to be big changes or not, I'm not really sure. But maybe we'll manage to get an attack on that pink jersey today.
Hoe voelt Tom Dumoulin zich? Voelt hij zich goed?
How does Tom Dumoulin feel? Well, he didn't have a great day yesterday, but at the moment he feels okay.
Well, I'm glad that you had a handle on that translation, John, there. I know Sean Kelly speaks phlegm. And indeed, so does Rob Hatch has got a handle on it. But for me, it sounds like a gargling competition at the Blancmange Festival. But nonetheless, interesting, Sean, how it revealed itself. Let's just dwell on this for a moment. The sanctuaries that we have up here, there's a spectacular one. I hope we get a view of it towards the end because it's covered in cloud at the moment. And the man who lives it, it's a refuge for alpinistes. And you can stay there, provided you're happy to sleep in a room with 20 bunk beds in it. There's emergency sustenance as well, with little notes saying, if you eat anything, can you please leave some money so it can be replaced by the forest police, which I think is fantastic. So people respect it. If you find yourself cut off because of encroaching winter, and it does get cut off in this part of the world, sometimes for a month. The roads are impassable, and they can be a couple to 3 meters deep in terms of the snow here. Impossible to plough through, and so it really is a harsh environment. It doesn't look like it today. And the little refuge at the top, there's a guy who used to live there, and some time ago, he must have passed away now. 85 years of age he was when I met him, what must have been 15 years ago. And yeah, he didn't live in the refuge itself. He lived about 300 meters away because he said, I don't like all the noise. As if there's any. He used to entertain people with his banjo, which got an airing earlier on. Yeah, so he kept himself very much to himself. He was having a happy life. So are we. We're cycling. It's lovely.
They used earlier on.
103 kilometres of the day, 8 minutes and 12, which means that Brambilla is the leader of the race, just for the time being, virtually speaking. But look at this wide open plain. It's a very different terrain that we're going to be dealing with towards the end. Let's dwell on it, Brian. A double kicker at the last. They can't decide whether it's 2 category 1s or at the end, or a 2 and a 1, but it doesn't matter. Either way, it is one heck of an approach.
Yes, some profiles are showing 1 and 1. It's in fact a second category climb. It's 13.5 kilometres in length. There is a 10% kicker in it, but its average is 6. Then we go on to the next climb, no descent, 26.5 kilometres in length, 13% towards the top, but it's only 3.9. It's more the length of the climb that's would dictate the average. But I think we go on to the plain again, and I think it's on the after the penultimate climb, that's when we're going to see the racing really starting.
Poor O'Brien still carrying a little bit of dust from the deserts of Eilat, but it looks like he's just cleared his throat for now. It's a blessing. Francis Desjeux today spoke about Thibaut Pinot, and they're clearly minded to do something. Great as well if you happen to have an option and you've got somebody in the break. Michael Woods has got Hugh Carthy up there. That's a great gift indeed. And of course, there are other teams here with principal riders that have managed to sneak somebody into the break. I'm thinking Domenico Pozzovivo for today. He's a phenomenal diesel, and on the sort of inclines that we're going to be dealing with, which are long and testy, not overly technical, then I think Pozzovivo is going to have some fun. He's got 2 men in the break in Boaro and Visconti. What a great plan for Bahrain, the men with the golden helmets.
Yeah, definitely 2 very strong riders with Boaro and Visconti, and Boaro coming off the back of Tour of Croatia with a stage win. Visconti almost had a stage win in Sicily, had to settle for second behind Battiglin, but for sure the other team that want to put the pressure on, and like this picture we're seeing at the moment, and after this final climb, maybe not as flat as this, it goes onto a plateau, and the wind could play a part, and we're starting to see Mitchelton Scott towards the front, Groupama Français de Jeu. We're starting to see the riders in the gutter on the right hand side, the wind coming from the left, some small echelons starting to appear. I'm not saying it's going to break up because the pace isn't so difficult, but a lot of these riders sitting on the right hand side of the roads, they're not getting much shelter, and that's what Mitchelton Scott will do. They'll sit on the right-hand side, they'll do the work at the front, but not everybody's getting any shelter towards the back, which is going to make this stage very difficult for everybody.
Almost better to be in the cars here, at least hold until you get a turn.
Stay there.
Yeah, exactly. Don't push on. The car's waving them by and they're going, no thanks. we're quite happy to stay here. Might be some fines for that. Mind you, the vehicles have a right to be there, and the riders, provided they're not holding on. Likewise, in fact, do be careful about that. It's not been unheard of, even from people from Messina. 8 minutes and 7. I won't dwell overly on that, but here, get a turn, and then the wind can become a little bit more favourable as it starts to turn and becomes more of a tail to you. But tail to tail today about the wind. I'm just looking out of the commentary position, and it's blowing a hoolie. If you don't know what that means, we'll ask Brian in a moment. But nonetheless, flags are rammed at 90 degrees to their staffs as we speak. And so it's blowing a southwesterly. They said it was going to be light, but everyone knows that a sou'wester is a description of a storm raincoat. And anything can happen when a southwesterly is blowing. 13 Celsius, dropping to 7 at the top. It's chilly.
It is. When we first came up here, the sun was out. As you said, I stripped off and enjoyed myself. But yeah, I've put my wee thin jacket on. Maybe not the temperatures, I'm used to back in Scotland. But yeah, it's a little bit nippy up here, and the wind is blowing a little bit. But I think when we go on to further on in the stage, I think the wind could still play a part once we get over this next climb. For the time being, Mitchelton Scott doing a very good job here of just holding this gap as small as possible. They're not too worried about Brambilla. 6 minutes and 40, virtual leader. If they do, in fact, lose the lead, then so be it. I don't think Brambilla will be there come as a GC threat come Rome. But I still think that they're doing a very good job of controlling this breakaway.
Sky car tucked in by the woodland there, watching them come by, handing out bottles if possible. One would imagine. Might be a guest, who knows. Guesting in the helicopter rides today, I'm hearing that there will be some heli evacuations. What about the use of helicopters by the teams who can afford it, Brian? Is it a why not situation for you?
Yeah, if they can afford it, I believe there's some helicopters yet again. I've only obviously heard that Team Sky, from one of the members, they're going to get helicoptered out. But as far as the other teams are concerned, I've not heard any of them. But I believe that there's a lot of teams want to get off this climb as quick as possible.
Yeah, I think UAE may well have a heli assist as well. 96.3 to go. They're not hanging around. They're doing a great job. And here is Hugh Carthy. Comes from Bury or Bury, depending on is it a scone or a scone. Of course it's a scone and it's Bury. You don't mess with the Northerners here. There's plenty of us. 95.9 then. 8 minutes and 11. They're making a great fist of this. Let's talk about altitude. It's going to get thin, the air. Some sustain it better than others. Valverde's, for instance, not here of course, but is known not to sustain it. Others have fun with it. The Colombians likewise. I think Chavez today, when we go over 6,000 feet, 2,135 meters, commercial aircraft operate quite happily well below the level that we're going to be finishing today. So thin air, yes, it does have an impact, Brian. And of course, when you've got this slow, long drive up to that kind of altitude, there will be some that sustain it better than others.
Yes, indeed, and you've just given a good example. But I do believe that most of these riders should be okay. You know, obviously, a lot of these riders nowadays do a lot of training at altitude as well. Maybe not a lot of training, but definitely sleeping up at altitude seems to work. We all know about Team Sky up at Mount Teide in Tenerife. A lot of riders using Sierra Nevada in Spain as well. A lot of Italians using Mount Etna as well. So there is a lot of you know, training camps, micro camps done by the teams to prepare for these races. But you know, a gap of 8 minutes, I don't think they'll be too worried about that. It's about maintaining this pink jersey, using their team to their advantage. And you know, we all heard, I think most of us have heard the team meeting with Matt White earlier on today. It's all about keeping the numbers at the front, and if you lose you know, 2 or 3 more minutes because you take it a little bit easier in the climb to allow Swain Tuft and Sam Bewley to get over that, then so be it. You know, they can take 2 or 3 minutes before the final climb, and I think that's what they'll do. I say the final climb, when the road starts to tilt up with just over 45 kilometres to go, it doesn't really go down much in the last 45 kilometres.
Indeed, a couple of tips down, but nothing serious. Viviani in his Ciclamina jersey. And indeed, what are we having a look at? Did somebody get it a little bit wrong on the edge of the road? Let's have a quick look. Watch the edge of the road. I'm assuming that's what we're going to see. Somebody go a little bit cross-country. I have no idea. Are they just picking out Viviani as being one of those who was suffering ever so slightly? I don't know. Somebody's got a black circle graphic, and they're going to use it whether they like it or not. Just under the 8 minutes mark then, our breakaway, and as we said, they've been working reasonably well together throughout. They've got Simone Andreetta from Bardiani who've worked extraordinarily well. If it comes to a late push by some who want to roll the dice and the GC men are looking at each other, they've got Guido Ciccone, who is fantastic at just pushing on, and indeed has shown a willingness to do precisely that, the youngster from Bardiani. So Green and Tangerine boys, they might have somebody who does the sort of thing Robert Jessing would do for Lotto Jumbo, or Dillapart maybe for Movistar. Yeah, watch them. It could break down if the will for the teams is to have this as a battle amongst the GC. It could be 2 separate battles. Those who push on, someone like Jan Hurt maybe from Astana, or Dombrowski even. Hugh Carthy, who would have been up for that sort of thing, is actually up the road already, and indeed in a good place for Michael Woods. The DS is disagreed about the severity of today. I think that those who think it's not really as hard as some as perhaps the Zoncolan, you know, there's arguments to be had. But where this sits, Brian, we haven't really had a rest day because it was such a big transfer from Israel coming over. I know flight times it's not so bad, but having a travel day on a rest day kind of neutralizes the rest, and so we will have done 9 full days of racing, 10 if you say if you find it the transfer of labor as well. That's a long way to get to this point, and that makes today even more difficult.
And especially after yesterday's 209-kilometre stage and finishing in the rain as well. The whole weekend is going to be a tough one. Yeah, Mont de Zoncolan is Mont de Zoncolan. You know, it's steep slopes, very difficult to compare. But this, up at this altitude, this height, and the way they're going to race the final kind of 45 kilometres, it's going to be a shake-up in the general classification. I'm not going to say it might be a big shake-up, but for sure we're going to see a shake-up in the general classification, and maybe, you know, 1 or 2, maybe 3 riders losing quite a bit of time.
They've amended it. Nat Bahani has been given that KOM because of the assist. I mean, it's been knocked back, Ballerini.
Well, it says in the rules, and they've demoted him to last place, so at least he's got some points in that, which I don't understand. It should be to the back of the group, but you'll have a penalty, and obviously a good decision by the referees now.
I think so. Nat Bahani not penalised at all. In fact, given what he gave away, 15 points in that competition. That's only 20 down on Esteban Chavez, who of course took a Category 1 to win up Etna. Graced that by Simon Yates, but Yates, who will be, of course, relying on Chavez in the mountains. Oh, we're having fun here. Indeed. Could you say the same for the breakaway? It looks like a bit of a chit-chat going on here. Is it, this is about work rate. It's starting to break down. There are some doing less than others, and they're being accused.
Yeah, with 7.5 minutes, a lot of these riders in the breakaway, 15 now, starting to think about, you know, potential stage win. Long, hard stage, 225 kilometres. They have been sharing the work, the gap coming down a little bit, and that's where Mitchell and Scott have really got it right today. At this stage, maybe early on they started to use Chris Juul-Jensen earlier than maybe anticipated, according to their team meeting earlier on today by Matt White. But I think it's to effect, and I think they pulled Chris Juul-Jensen because of the size of the breakaway, 15 riders. So instead of having Swain Tuft and Sam Bewley at the front, they've added Chris Juul-Jensen, which means that 3 riders are controlling this breakaway, and they're doing a very good job at that. But by the time the road starts to tilt up a little bit more, with just over 45 kilometres to go, I think that'll be the job done by them, and then the climbers of the team will be pulled in to help Chavez and Simon Yates.
I'd like to say it was gusty at the top, but it's a sustained wind we have right now. And in fact, just looking at some of the flags that are busy, to say the least, some of them are becoming ragged at the edges. That's how harsh it is blowing. That could well be a factor on some of the more exposed parts of the climb, Brian.
Yes, indeed. In fact, lower down this final climb on the plateaus, where it's not so steep, I may remind everybody that it's a 26.5 kilometre climb, 3.9 average, but because the length of the climb means that you know, ebbs and flows a little bit, and it really kicks up towards the top to 13%. The last 4.5 kilometres, very, very difficult. But until then, you know, the wind can blow. We're onto that plateau. The wind is blowing, and you know, if there is a team with numbers, we've already seen some echelons, the riders been pushed into the gutter, then that could have an effect. And a strong team coming to the front, trying to hurt the likes of Simon Yates and Esteban Chavez before we hit the steeper parts of the climb would be a tactic, you know, worth looking at. So obviously Mitchelton Scott doing all the work today. They'll be depleted in numbers by that stage. Other teams may have more numbers. We've already talked about the teams that have held their riders back. The likes of Sunweb, the likes of Astana, Groupama, FDG, Sky and UAE. They've held their riders back because I think they're going to think about doing something when we start to push towards the final 30 kilometres.
We got Pozzovivo coming up for you in a few moments' time, just as we sail over one of the most beautiful villages in Italy, as recognised. John, tell us about this, would you? It may bleed into Mr. Pozzovivo in a few moments' time, and the next voice you're going to hear on this particular mic will be that of Rob Hatch, who's just come back in with a smile on his face. He must have been into the Porcini.
Well, thank you very much, Carl. I don't think I've got time to tell you anything about this village because we're going straight into Domenico Pozzovivo's interview.
Aujourd'hui, c'est une étape très importante et très difficile au Gran Sasso.
Well, today is a very important and difficult stage in Gran Sasso. Do you think it's going to be a good stage for you? Well, yes, it's a difficult and long stage today that comes after demanding stages like yesterday. I think that the last 5 to 6 kilometres are going to hurt because there are some pretty harsh slopes. For the first time, we're going to be going over 2,000 metres in altitude, and we might see some snow as well. It's going to be cold. How are you going to prepare yourself for these conditions? Well, I usually feel pretty good in high altitude, so I'm hoping I'll feel the same today. Well, it's going to be a big fight today between the favourites. What's your strategy for GC? Well, for me, the plan is to win against riders who aren't in great shape, and if I can, I'm going to try and follow Simon Yates if he attacks.
Thanks, John. That was Domenico Pozzovivo. 82 kilometres still to go. Brian Smith still alongside me, and they've been going at some rate behind today. It's absolutely frenetic racing.
It is. It's been a really fast start, a strong group. Very difficult for Mitchelton Scott to control the size of the group. A good, strong group. And it does look as if, you know, they're kicking back a little bit now, thinking of, you know, the kilometres still to come in the stage, trying to save a little bit. We've already seen some discussions at the front from Visconti, maybe not happy with some of the riders, but they have to commit themselves if they want to try and stay away. The gap went over 8 minutes, but it looks like Chris Jensen has been brought in to help out a little bit earlier today, which was a good choice by Matt White, because with the size of the breakaway, they need as much help as possible. But at this stage, I think they have to be very happy, Rob, because they've got Sam Bewley, they've got Sven Tuft, Chris Jensen is there too, so they've got 3 riders to control this breakaway. So it does look as if they're doing a very good job for the time being.
Tom Dumoulin back at the cup. Looks like he's having to change a radio. Have to get that working before the end today. I think it'd be quite important to get all the communication he needs. Of course, Tom Dumoulin, he's had a nice quiet week, I think, hiding away most of the time. He had a very good start to the Giro d'Italia, but today I don't think there'll be a place for hiding at the end of the final climb.
I think after yesterday, he said, you know, yesterday he didn't feel so good. A lot of riders sometimes struggle, especially when you get a fairly kind of fastish stage, which it was. The first 50, 60 kilometres very fast, and then it was just that uncomfortable tempo by Mitchelton Scott, and then we get that fast climb, the rain coming down, you know, maybe the heavier legs. So but I was just mulling this over with Carlton, Rob. It's interesting to see that in Mount Etna it looks as if it's snowing at the moment. But in Mount Etna stage, it was noticeable that a lot of the big GC teams are putting riders in that breakaway of 26, but today they're not. Sunweb and Astana, UAE, Sky, Groupama, FDG, they're not putting riders in that group, so they're saving, all the riders are saving their power. And I think we're definitely going to see a battle, and it's going to take numbers from your team. We've already seen a wee bit of wind action, and I think further up these slopes in the last 20-odd kilometres, we may see some more again.
Yeah, that little bit of crosswinds action got everybody excited. I was just grabbing some quick lunch in the TV compound, and everybody was staring at the screen. Got a little bit louder, a few shouts of, come on, come on. I tell you, we're all cruel, aren't we, watching bike races sometimes.
It's easy sitting here.
80 k's to go. 7:50 in the gap. On our way to the third uphill finish of this Giro d'Italia. 170 riders left after Jakub Mareczko was the latest to climb off. Heading through the town of Sulmona. Of course, we're in Abruzzo, and this is a huge region that's been devastated by earthquakes in the last few years. Last night we stayed in a hotel in L'Aquila. It was the big earthquake that happened 10 years ago. And Giro d'Italia came the year after, in 2010, and the rebuilding was just starting. We talked about that stage not so long ago, actually. I think it was 2 days ago when we were talking about the possibility of a change in the pink jersey, and Richie Porte took pink jersey there. Big gap on the road, 9 minutes. I was kindly reminded by our producer, Alex Mignot, that it was Evgeny Petrov who won the stage. Now in 7 minutes 20 as the peloton comes through Sulmona. And today we're heading to the mountain that was actually the first ever mountain in the Giro d'Italia, the Gran Sasso. It's an old but a new mountain because we haven't had too many finishes there. Only 5 finishes in the history. But of course the 18th of May, are you ready for this one? 1909 was the very first mountain stage that involved Gran Sasso, the first mountain stage of the Giro d'Italia, the very first Giro d'Italia. Of course, last year was the 100th Giro, wasn't it? But we had the centenary Giro back in 2009. Sulmona's empty though today. Or watching the telly.
Yeah, and the bars are up here. There's a lot of people up here.
How did you get up here? We had to take a cable car. Were you lucky enough to be given the special luxury pass to get up?
No, we just get in with the normal punters.
Not even for the coach?
No, just, you know, it's good to mix with, you know, normal folks. You know, apart from you guys. But, you know, commentators are a strange breed, so it's nice to mix with normal people. Yeah, we come up here before. It's my first time up here. Absolutely beautiful. Apparently, Carlton said this morning that we're able to run down. Well, it's a long way up, but some people were running down. I saw them. There's a lot of trails, mountain biking, a lot of people out with, you know, their what do they call them? Walking poles. A lot of that here, and they've all come up. A lot of them, I think, are going to walk off this climb because they looked so fresh when they came up. They had their backpacks on, they had their poles. You know, they were looking, you know, absolutely svelte, and I think not a sweat on them. So I don't think they've come up here. I think that they're waiting to go down the mountain. They've come up with the gondola, enjoyed the Giro d'Italia, and then hiked down.
Oh, there's a big screen up here where they can watch the action anyway. But of course, it's very, very cold. And look at the action. Look at the action right now, Brian, because it's one long line again.
Yep, pressure's on, and you know, we can see the gap coming down, and I think this is a big show now, because the thing is, when we get to after the 2 sprints, the second of the sprints come as 57.4 to go, and then we start to head into the last section, a climb, and then not a descent, and then a climb up towards the finishing line. So for the last 45 to 50 kilometres, that's when Chris Juul Jensen, Sam Bewley, and Svein Tuft will be used up. So that's why they're trying to keep the pressure on and keep this gap down, because when we come to these climbs, that will be kind of game over. So these 3 riders at the front for Mitchelton Scott doing a very, very good job today, especially after yesterday, Rob, riding on the front all day, no other teams helping.
Begs the question as well about keeping the jersey too, but I suppose we're that far into the Giro d'Italia now, aren't we, with the meaty part of it this weekend. Unless you can give your jersey away to a real no-hoper, you want to keep it now.
Yes, this climb really suits, especially the last part, the last 4.5 kilometres to 5 kilometres really suit the likes of Chavez and Simon Yates. And you've already heard the meeting. if they get to there and, you know, it's together, then they'll have a go. And, you know, it's up to the others to take it to them. I think they will, but I think it'll be maybe further down. If it is crosswinds on this plateau, then who knows what can happen when you mix in a smaller group of 70, 80 riders, maybe less, you know, some climbers in there. It's all about taking as many teammates as possible into the back end of this race, because that's where strength and, you know, total strength with the team will help open up some gaps and may split the race up before these final 4.5 kilometres. They want to try and kind of expose Chavez and Simon Yates because at the moment they have got the stranglehold on the general classification.
Moving into the province of Pescara. Of course, we mentioned Danilo Di Luca yesterday as a two-time former winner at Montevergine di Mercogliano. He, of course, will acknowledge the problems that he had in terms of doping suspensions and everything, but he does come from this province. Big rider in the recent history of the Giro d'Italia. But, of course, left for a final time in disgrace. What is it? Must be 4 years ago now. In his final comeback when he was caught taking EPO. So just looking outside, got a bit of a rattle at the back of the commentary box then. There's quite a wind blowing up. We've got the... You'll have seen him if you've watched the Giro d'Italia with us before, but there's a gentleman who dresses up every year when we come to Abruzzo region. And he dresses up as Giuseppe Garibaldi, the founding father of Italy, if you like, the man who united lots of provinces over, what is it, 157 years ago now, and founded Italy as a modern nation. He's out there with his Italian flag and he's dressed up in his army uniform, hat on. I remember him being there on that day in L'Aquila I was talking about a moment ago in 2010, and he's been every time we've come close to the Abruzzo region, and he's made it up the mountain today. Same outfit on. You look out for him on the television pictures, because I know our Italian host broadcasters, our friend at Rai Television, always seem to pick him out, and well, his Italian flag is blowing all over the place out at the back at the moment.
He's got accreditation as well, so...
Oh, they know him in these parts. He's got a huge message clipped on his back. Can't quite read what he says from here. I need my eyes tested again, Brian, but maybe you've got your specs and you might be able to hear it.
I can see, I know, I've got good eyesight. Can't hear a thing these days, but yeah, good eyesight, but I can't read Italian, sorry, Rob.
We'll ask him to come closer later on. This is Giovanni Visconti in the meantime. 7 kilometres to that intermediate sprint. Gianluca Brambilla there for Trek Segafredo in the red jersey. He's with Laurent Didier, who's in his second break at this Giro d'Italia. In fact, there's quite a few riders who are repeating in the break. Hugh Carthy is one of them. Hugh Carthy from central Lancashire, from Preston. We talked about, of course, we've talked heavily about Simon Yates, given he's the race leader.
She must be jumping for joy. Where are you from?
I don't know. They're following me around, the Lancastrians. I have to say probably it's the other way around now. No, they're doing very well. And Hugh Carthy he's a young rider who has the natural ability as a climber as well to do something, and interesting to see how he's going to develop as a rider, whether he settles into that role of mountain domestique or whether he does ride for his own abilities and chances, because he does have talent, and we saw that when he was at the Spanish team Caja Rural a couple of years ago, didn't we? He finished top 10 in Volta Catalunya, and he was up there with the likes of Chris Froome and Alberto Contador, wasn't he?
Yeah, cycling has definitely changed. In my day, you weren't really allowed as a kind of developing rider. You weren't allowed to go on the attack, and you know, yesterday was testament to, you know, how cycling has changed, because some riders, when you look at Carapaz, some riders would be really nervous about doing that yesterday, in case they failed. You know, they wouldn't have the confidence. But you know, I thought it was great to see. Movistar came here with Betancourt. He's not on the form that maybe he should have been. And it's just, you know, as one, you know, kind of fallen star falls down, another one emerges. And Carapaz, wow, just when he went, and I'm sure there was other riders thinking of the stage winner when it was coming back, because it was just right there in front of them. I think it was Junius went for AG2R, and you know, obviously he never had the legs to finish it off. When Carapaz went, no one could go with him, but it's having that confidence to do it and deliver the win. And I thought it was amazing, and to hear that you know, the president of the country was tweeting and everybody was what. I think these stories are brilliant. It's the same with Sam Bennett. I think that story, brilliant, 31 years. You know, just cheers up a whole nation. You know, I would have loved to have been watching that stage finish in Ecuador.
We're going to talk about a little bit more about Richard Carapaz in just a moment's time. Sam Bennett, of course, 31 years without an Irish stage win at the Giro d'Italia, and he pops up the other day. Let's hear from his teammate, though, first. Here's Davide Formolo, who got a few seconds of that time lost back yesterday, but more importantly, showed strength again.
Davide, oggi una bella giornata per una battaglia.
Davide, today's a good day for a fight. You've got a couple of possibilities. Patrick Conrad's one of them. What's your strategy? Today's a very hard climb, so our legs will be important. We're going to try and be up there towards the finish and see what we can do. Well, unfortunately, you lost a bit of time on the Etna stage because of a fall. Do you see today as a new opportunity to be involved in the breakaway? Well, we'll see. The Giro is a long race. Last week, a lot of things happened. Because of that, we're pretty relaxed. We're trying to recover a little bit day by day and give our best. Now, we have less pressure, so I think that's better for all of us. The last climb is very long. It's a very different climb compared to the others you've done so far. How do you think you're going to go on it? Well, for sure it's going to be a really long climb at high altitude as well. That means we're going to feel it more. The strongest rider is going to win, no doubt about that. Long climbs are for those who are going to come out on top in the end. How many leaders are there in your team? One or two like in the others? Well, we've got Sam Bennett for the sprints, Patrick Conrad's good in the GC, and I'm trying to find my own space.
Interesting to see if Davide Formolo can find his own space and how he'll go today, but he did look much better yesterday.
Yeah, very much so, and I think he will. But it's that choice. He was, you know, up there in the stage yesterday, a good second place, and that will give him confidence. And I think there are other stages that are going to come up that will suit the likes of Formolo, and we'll have to kind of wait and see. It'd be nice to see him, you know, win again in the Giro d'Italia.
We'll see how he goes. 67 kilometres remain. We're just 3 kilometres out from the first intermediate sprint of the day. There's Tim Wellens wearing number 101. Former winner in this particular area. Already a winner at this very Giro d'Italia when we're on the island of Sicily. The flags are out. Everybody's out. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon on the way up to the oldest mountain in the Giro d'Italia. Intermediate sprint at Popoli, just about won by Davide Ballerini. Androni Giocattoli there, out there and sprinting, having a go. And it was Maxime Belkov from Katusha Alpecin who took second. Alex Turin, the rider from the north of Italy from Belluno, brought in at the last minute to replace Filippo Pozzato, finishing in third place. So more intermediate sprint points for Ballerini. Not the first time he's been in a breakaway. It was a good old fight, this, to the line. Ballerini getting out in front. Belkov only able to follow his wheel.
And they've got only a short period of time to recover, because they'll have to do that all over again in about 6 kilometres time.
It's a funny old setup today with the intermediate sprints, isn't it?
Yes, I think, you know, obviously, you know, looking at Viviani, and, you know, he wants to take that jersey to Rome. It maybe have been good for him to try and get in that breakaway today. We know that Debusscher managed to get himself in the breakaway but was dropped, leaving only 14 riders in front. But Viviani, over the coming days, really has to think of maybe getting in a breakaway one day. And this would have been a good one for him. It was, you know, big enough, and he could have been taking some more points in that competition that he really wants to win.
Fabio Aru said in Gazzetta dello Sport this morning that this is a climb much more adapt to his own characteristics. When will we see him starting to come out to play at this Giro?
Well, we were talking about that a wee bit earlier on, that in the Etna stage there was 3 riders from his team in front, sent in front to kind of try and help him, but it was a hard day. OK, Chavez won from the original breakaway, but what an effort it was from Simon Yates. But today, especially when we see it, a lot of the GC teams not sending riders in this attack and saving all their energy, and I think they're all thinking of trying to take some time.
Before the break, we were talking about Richard Carapaz, as we'll just take a double check on this sprint points. Popoli Ballerini taking 10, 6 for Belkov and 3 for Alex Turin, the young Italian from Veglia. That's the Cantelmo Castle, 10th century. Of course, defensive purposes, and we talked about the terrain earlier on today. You could see why. We'd have been able to see the marching armies years ago, I think, coming down the valley. Son Carapaz, winner yesterday, comes from Ecuador, a country of 16 million people, the same population of the city of Delhi in India. It's a republic. We heard from the president, didn't we? Lenin Moreno congratulating Richard Carapaz, and he's not the only popular Ecuadorian sports star. We know that Jonathan Narvaez, the young 21-year-old, rides for Quick Step, showing off the national jersey. He's the current road race champion of Ecuador. Antonio Valencia, any of you follow Manchester United at football? The former winger who's now more of a fullback, I think. He, of course, has won 2 Premier League titles. He is Ecuadorian as well. Their only Olympic gold medalist, Jefferson Perez, in the 20-kilometre walking event. But they've got a new star, Richard Carapaz, 24 years of age. Of course, his family's a long way back at home in Ecuador. He does have a base in northern Spain where he trains in Pamplona, very close to where the Movistar team are from. But he has a wife and 2 children at home in Ecuador. Young man, Carapaz, 24 years of age. And in the newspaper in Italy today, they say that looks-wise, he has a bit of a look of El Diablo, Claudio Capucci. Claudio Capucci and a young Claudio Capucci. I can see the resemblance there. I'll take a picture later and tweet it if you want, at Rob Hatch TV, as soon as I go off the next dinner commentary, and see what you think. In the meantime, Simon Yates is pretty distinguishable, isn't he, in his pink jersey, and today is a day they have to defend it. If he defends it today, joint with Mark Cavendish, he'll be the man from Great Britain who has held the pink jersey for the most days. It will be number 4. But as we've been building up so far, they have a big job to do today. This is the former convent and now Church of San Francesco. 13th century, rather like the castle that we saw on the hill a moment ago, but restored in medieval times. You could pick any one of a number of these little villages we see from a helicopter. They're all living monuments. I mentioned the recent spate of earthquakes in the Apennines, and in particular in Abruzzo. A lot of these buildings will have fallen into disrepair at some point in the last few years. There's been a heck of a lot of rebuilding work that's gone on. Back to the front of the race, or at least the peloton chasing the front of the race. 8 minutes and 8 seconds behind. Christopher Juhl Jensen. Behind him, Swain Tuft. Sam Bewley's done a lot of riding today. He's the bearded rider in 3rd position. Behind them now, Mikel Nieve. This is the man we heard from a moment ago, Davide Formolo. 3 Giri d'Italia. Of course, that stage win in 2015 in La Spezia was a dream start to life in the Giro from him. I think it was only the 4th or 5th stage of the week, and already of the race, pardon me, and already he was a winner.
And it was very impressive the way he attacked and held him off in a solo win. So he became pretty much an Italian star overnight. And he came into this Giro d'Italia, moved teams obviously, moved into Bora Hansgrohe, came here as the GC leader. And it must have been difficult to lose a little bit of time on the Mount Etna stage, but he looked a lot better today, hoping to back it up. Sorry, he looked better yesterday, hoping to back it up today. So we'll have to wait and see in this, as this breakaway of 14 riders now pushing the advantage over 8 minutes for the second time. But we're getting closer to this second sprint at 57.4 kilometres, and just over a kilometre time we'll see the second sprint, and then we'll start to look at the final 2 climbs.
So 58 kilometers to go. 8:07. Not quite as strung out as it was 5 to 10 minutes ago. We're having these little periods where they chase particularly hard, and then we come to towns, it calms down a little again. The gap rises once more. The gap has been fluctuating about a distance of about 2 minutes, hasn't it? From 6 minutes to 8 minutes to 6 minutes again. And this has been going on more or less for the last 100k now.
Yeah, it has, and I think a lot of this is determined by the work of Mitchelton Scott at the front of the main peloton. Done a very good job today. Had to pull in Chris Juul Jensen a little bit early today, but it seems to be working, and their job will be done, I think, in the next 10-15 kilometres.
So then, sprint time approaching again. At Bussi sul Tirino, and this time Belkov goes for it early. Obviously been told he wants to get out there. It's the 3rd time I think we've seen him in a break so far. Ballerini's going to chase the young Italian rider. And his 2nd-year professional, Davide Ballerini. Number 22, just sitting on the wheel of Belkov there. It looks as though he's got him. He looks confident. He looks strong. Wow. And up against a rider with the strength of Maxim Belkov. I know some of these guys are thinking about later on, but if you're going to go, you might as well go. And Ballerini did go.
He does look impressive, and it's not for the first time we've seen on our screens here in the home of cycling. He goes well in, you know, Tirreno Adriatico as well. He's one of these riders that gets himself in the breakaway, gets a jersey, a competition jersey. And he allowed Belkov to try and slip away there, but he had the beating of him in the end. Belkov goes early. Never really looked back to see if Ballerini was there. Tried to surprise him a little bit. He knows that the younger man is a lot quicker than him. So Ballerini, he looks behind now, sees Ballerini coming, tries to react to it, but Ballerini closes that gap. And with 100 metres to go of this sprint, he realises he just goes on the tops now. Back onto the drops, 100 metres to go. Bang, there you go, pass. Thank you very much, I'll take that.
Very impressive from young Davide Ballerini, riding with number 22 on his back. And Maxim Belkov behind for Katusha Alpecin 161. Behind, nothing changes. Still Groupama FDJ in 2nd place. Still protecting Thibaut Pinot. You said they've done a good job so far, Brian. We know that Georg Preidler is in the team. He's come from playing a part in the winning team last year in the Giro d'Italia. But he's also a part of the oldest team in the Giro d'Italia. Groupama FDJ, the team with the oldest average age. The team with the youngest average age is Bardiani. The Groupama FDJ, so much experience there. The likes of Bonnet on the flat to help out. They've got Steve Morabito as well on the climbs. Oldest average age, here it is, 31 years, 327 days at the start of the race. Ladanius is 33, Bonnet 35, the man we mentioned. Of course, Anthony Roux in his 30s as well. Jeremy Roy, already riding his last season. Said to be happy to be able to finish on his own terms. Morabito, the man we mentioned, 35. Only Pinot, Preidler and Reichenbach in their 20s.
Yes, a nice mixture of experienced riders, some young talent, and Preidler was an exceptional talent, he still is. Reichenbach had a bit of a difficult day yesterday, but obviously, you know, that was another day. Some people have their bad days, and I think I said it at the time, rather have a bad day when he's not really needed than, you know, have a bad day when you are really needed. So, but Pinot looking good as well, looking sprightly, was astute yesterday to have a crack in the final kilometre there. So yeah, Groupama FDJ are looking good. They're still looking strong. They're doing a very good job of looking after Pinot and not putting a rider on a breakaway. I think is the key to this stage. Likewise, many other teams that we've already mentioned, because the numbers will come into play. when we get over the top of this next climb. So we're starting to head towards the next climb. 13.5 kilometres in length, 6% average. The hardest part is towards the top. It goes to 10%, but after the summit, it's just a small, slight descent, and then it starts to creep up continually onto the first category, the finishing climb of today's stage. So no respite, but I think if you get numbers over this next climb, then with strength and numbers you can do some damage on the plateau bit before we get to the steeper parts of this final.
Yeah, that first climb you're talking about is Kalasho. Now, if you look at on the simple profile, I think the organisers are being a little cruel here. It's one big climb, isn't it?
Yeah, but they don't want to frighten around 45 kilometres of climbing.
But that's what it is, isn't it? I mean, to put it into context for our viewers at home, it is almost a 45k climb.
Yeah, you get a second category climb and then a first category climb straight after with no descent. Yeah, of course. But I think it's going to be a really nice one, and it doesn't have steep points on it until the final 4.5.
Let's remind ourselves where we are in this Giro d'Italia after 31 hours, 43 minutes and 12 seconds of racing. Simon Yates is at the top of the tree. He's in pink after 8 stages so far. This is halfway through stage 9. Tom Dumoulin second at 16 seconds. Chavez is there at 26. And some big names still in the top 10. Plenty still in the top 20. Another big shake-up is what we await later on today. Into the province of L'Aquila. Briefly into Pescara. And it's in the province of L'Aquila where we'll finish today. Mikel Chahel in the breakaway. Another man up the road. Good climber, strong rider for AG Desert La Mondiale. Of course, we're checking on their leader. They're one of the weaker World Tour teams, with all respect to them here. But Alexandre Genies is still only at 3 minutes. He's in 24th place at the moment, and he's a man who likes the climbs, just likes to ride himself into how things go. Remember, he's a former top 10 finisher at this race. Taking it very seriously this year as Alexandre Genies. He's done altitude camps. He knows this year he is the only leader, seen as Domenico Pozzovivo's left the team. It's 30 is now Genies, as we see Chahel there, 32. First time in the Tour of Italy for 7 years for the Frenchman. Nice to be back for him. One man who is back, and in the mountain jersey, is Esteban Chavez. Esteban Chavez, subject of a tweet yesterday from the organisers. Happiness when you discover that today there'll be another man in the climb, and that's exactly what Esteban Chavez wants, isn't it?
He climbs more mountains than anybody every day to get to that top step of the podium.
Esteban Chavez actually yesterday evening spent time talking to the host broadcaster to our national Italian television, to Rai. He was on the stage. He was having a chat with a couple of other riders who'd been out there. I think one of the breakaway riders yesterday, and Alessandro De Stefano, the host, gave him a huge hug afterwards. They're good friends off the bike as well. Plenty of sit-down interviews. He spent time living here, actually, as Esteban Chavez in Italy as well. And he talked to us before today's stage as well. This is Esteban Chavez on how things might go today.
Esteban, after Etna Mountain, do you think you can do it again today?
Well, every stage is different, you know. It's not a game. It's not one Xbox or PlayStation. We will see what happens. We are in different situation, and I think the more important for the team is keep the pink jersey.
I think it will be harder and harder to let you go in the breakaway now.
It's hard, you know, and like I told you, every situation is different, and all the race start get more tension and more nervous, and the general classification is more clear now, so it's hard for the first 20 riders in GC going the breakaway.
How much is different finish line so high like today, up than 2,000 meters?
Well, normally it's a advantage for Colombian guys. We live in this altitude. I born in 2,500 meters. And also it's a long climb. It's climbs like similar in Colombia, like 40 kilometers climbing. You see all final climb. Yeah, we will see. It's a long stage as well. It is the last day before the rest day, so everyone will go really deep today. And I think the breakaway will arrive. We will see.
Very interesting on numerous fronts there from Esteban Chavez. He's never boring, is he? He always gives us a nugget to talk about or two. And the first one was that, no, this isn't Xbox or PlayStation. And that sort of ties in with something that Sean was saying earlier on today. And you can plan for everything. You can think, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And it's very easy for us here in the commentary box to say something, or you guys at home on the sofa, wherever you are, watching on your tablets, on your tellies or whatever. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go to plan. People can feel different things, different sensations. The legs might be there one day. You might have a crash, an injury. It's so difficult to predict what might happen. Also, he thinks the breakaway might get there today.
Yeah, I think it will. Probably not all of the breakaway, but they have a good advantage, a strong breakaway going today. I don't think the pink jersey in his team are worried about the stage result. They just want to keep a hold of that pink jersey. But you're right, we talk about this in the car, myself and Jonathan, about you've got 22 teams all with their own plans, and when you put all that together and some riders feel better than others, it gets very, very complicated to analyse a cycling race.
Esteban Chavez in the blue King of the Mountains jersey, just in front of Richard Carapaz, yesterday's stage winner, and it's going to be really interesting to see how he goes on today's big climb. He was good at the Vuelta a España last year. He was a winner at the recent Vuelta a Asturias. He's a stage winner yesterday. He has form. Is he capable of the very big climbs? 24 years of age, and he has a pressure off now, and a great opportunity, I think, to discover exactly what he's capable of, because we know that his leader Betancourt isn't going that well at the minute. He might be the man that they can give some support to and pressure off. Just see what you can do at this Giro.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's in a really nice situation with regards to that. The fact that he was allowed to have a go yesterday. Some riders get a little bit nervous when, you know, they've been told, and what should I do in that situation? And it's having that feeling, that instinct to go. And he went at the right time, absolutely, you know, killed everybody in the last couple of kilometres there. Nobody could react to him. And, you know, it's nice to see. We've seen so many, so much history made in the Giro d'Italia this year. And it's great to see some of these young men coming through. Many riders, namely Sam Bennett and Carapaz yesterday, winning their first ever stages of a Grand Tour. And, you know, it's nice to see, but we're now the shape of the race, almost 8.5 minutes, 47 kilometres to go. The peloton all in contact. Viviani's still there with the Ciclamino jersey, and they're just kind of setting a tempo, and I think there's a lot of anticipation now as the road starts to go up ever so slightly. The breakaway, I think, is enough advantage of nearly 8.5 minutes to go all the way towards the finishing line. Not everybody, but I think now, because of the shape of the race, there's a lot of teams that are really going to take this race on today, especially when we go over this next climb on that plateau. They're going to take it on. And let's see what happens. I'm ready for all this rock and roll.
Simon Yates in the pink jersey, 10th in the point standings. Got a new nickname for him yesterday. The Flying Black Pudding. Copyright Lionel Burney. And given we're in Italy, listen to this. Sanguinaccio Volante. Sounds good, doesn't it? Given his origins and everything, black pudding.
Oh, black pudding tastes quite nice, yeah. Don't know if it's good for you, though.
I gather he won't be eating too much of it. We'll leave that to our friend Lionel, who came up with the name. 8:26 then in front of Sanguinaccio Volante. Tim Wellens and the rest of the breakaway. 46 kilometres still remain. Wellens, who's now 22 minutes and 24 seconds down, but he's done his job already. He has a stage win, and he's been allowed to hunt for more. He's in the Apennines, where he's previously won in his career. Been through Roccaraso already today. Esteban Chavez has the blue jersey on his back, but today he's thinking of bigger things. He's thinking of the overall general classification of him, his team, and his own chances, I'm sure. A lot of bodies in that group that we're seeing from the helicopter, though, thinking the same thing. We mentioned Fabio Aru earlier on. We managed to catch up with him before the stage began.
Fabio,
Here is Fabio Aru down at the start. And Fabio, it looks like you're getting better every day. Today's stage is it's a tricky one because of that last climb, which is long. Do you know it? I do know this climb pretty well, actually. I did it during the Giro back in 2013. The last 4 kilometers are the most demanding part. And we've had a pretty tough week, so it's going to be a very select bunch of riders up there.
Cosa si può vedere oggi? Sempre una doppia gara
con what can we expect from today? Is it going to be a double race, one for the GC and one for the breakaway, for the stage win? Well, Simon Ray Yates is definitely feeling good. He might attack. Also, Thibaut Pinot might try something. I'm feeling in pretty good shape, so I'm going to see if I can wait for the right opportunity to attack.
Fabio Aru waiting for the right opportunity to attack. We're going to take this opportunity for a word from Brian Smith about this climb to Calascio, and that'll be Colton Kirby, the next voice you hear in the commentary.
Yeah, from now on in, Rob, 45 kilometres ago, there's absolutely no downhill whatsoever. 13.5 kilometres in length, this climb averages 6%, so it's enough to hurt the legs even more. It comes at a distance into this stage, 10% towards the top. You can see a lot of the teams starting to come towards the floor. The pace is up. You can see Sunweb on the left-hand side. Lotto NL Jumbo in the yellow in the middle, the pink of Education First, the red helmets of UAE, Mitchelton Scott on the right-hand side. We've seen them pretty much the last 2 days at the front. Just tucked behind, you can see Bora Hansgrohe, and just further behind Turquoise of Astana. So all the GC teams starting to come towards the front now, getting prepared for this final 45 kilometres. They'll hit this second category climb. Over the top of the second category climb, we go on to a plateau. Still rises up 26.5 kilometres, 3.9, 13% in the last 4.5 kilometres of the stage. So it's going to be a hard old slog up there. That's where we're going, where you can see the snow and the clouds at the top. A long 45 kilometres, and for sure the GC battle is going to commence for us once we get further up this climb.
Pace is up. It's going to be dramatic, and indeed, as we start to head inexorably even further towards that test, you can almost feel, sorry, we've got things collapsing around us here. You can feel the tension starting to rise, Brian. The pace is certainly up as we start to roll on this rather lovely road at the moment, and it could not be more different to how it is likely to shape up in the next 40 or so kilometres, because when it does kick, we go into cloud, and there has been a weather warning issued because of the wind. Now, if it continues to intensify, they're going to close the chairlift or the cable car. Most of the riders want to come off this mountain by that method. I hope there's some contingency to provide some other transport on the mountain roads here to get everybody off. You can't really see the intense wind down at the bottom, but apparently chance of rain as well has risen to 50% as well. So there's a half chance that we won't have any. They must know the team managers exactly what's in store. I wonder how much they're transmitting to these guys just for the time being. The way the weather is, Brian, you don't want to warn people about a chance when it's only 50-50.
Yeah, exactly. I knew it was windy up here because I could see the dents as we come in towards the station at the top, where the wind had blown the cable car into the side.
Whether it's to the forefront of our minds and whether these guys are going to make it or not could well depend on it. That's exactly what happened yesterday. It neutralised the push, Brian, from the breakaway and allowed the main contenders to come through as it kind of put a dampener on their chances.
Well, you can see that a lot of the GC teams have kind of sat back today. Now they'll come to the fore, and you know, when they start racing, you know, they'll eat into the advantage of this group of 14 riders that have been pretty much away from the start of today's stage. A fast day initially, and how much energy have these guys got left? They have been riding with each other, which has helped, but in a 225-kilometre stage, the fatigue is starting to eat into the legs and very difficult to hang on. We've seen exactly the same in Mount Etna stage. You know, Chavez won the stage, but he kind of struggled a little bit in the last you know, few kilometres there because of the fatigue of getting in that breakaway. So how much of these breakaway riders saved? I don't think saved a lot. And it's going to take a very strong man or a few men to come into the last few kilometres of this stage and try and fight it out. I still think they've got a fighting chance, but the race is going to be taken up now.
Well, I mentioned that the fighting form of Astana Pro team is going to be on display, and that's precisely what you're seeing right now. In fact, Luis Leon Sanchez just rolling to the fore, and whenever he comes to the front, you know that you're in trouble. He has very much a sort of a moody look about him, and he's moody to cause harm to other teams. Today, you can be bound. Jan Hurt will probably be a softener if they do get towards the breakaway, sent up as a satellite, but Miguel Angel Lopez is the man that they are protecting today. Who else then could have a big option? Domenico Pozzovivo. You've seen that the Bahrain Merida teammates that he's got in the break, Manuele Boaro and Visconti. Boaro himself taking a lot of heat for not doing enough work, but basically just saying, I'm sorry, I'm a passenger up here because I'm working for somebody else. It's a great excuse, but Pozzovivo's got two to play with, but Astana just put the hammer down. They've made the turn off the highway, said it was coming up. They've done their homework, got in the right place at the right time, and look at how it's strung out.
Yeah, we've now seen a change in the race now. Mitchelton and Scott have been riding yesterday, all day today, and now Astana have sat back pretty much all day. We did mention that many of the GC teams haven't put anybody in this breakaway, so they decided to take the race on. They want to make it as hard as possible. They want to split this race up purely because Lopez needs time. He needs a lot of time, and today obviously feeling good and wants to you know, string this race out. We have mentioned it is windy. It's even windier when you get up onto the plateau over the top of this second category climb, and you can just see they're kind of pushing it over to the right hand side of the road, putting it in the gutter, not giving anybody any respite whatsoever, and they want to make this hard all the way in towards the finish. So this is the first team playing their cards, and I'm pretty sure others will do so.
I agree with you entirely, and look at the red helmets here. Sounds like a motorcycle display team, doesn't it? Well, Fabio Aru could well be on display today. He's shown great guts and fortitude. He's not been at the best on his best of form, but that to put to one side, he has just ground himself into every single mountainside that he's been requested to take part in, and he has really pushed extremely hard, Brian. He's cycled beyond himself, I think it's fair to say, beyond what his form says. Guts counts for an awful lot, and particularly on a day like this if the weather comes down.
It is, and you know, it's great to see. You know, it's great to see a team taking it on. Mitchelton and Scott have ridden pretty much all day, so you know they have taken it on, and you know I'm pretty sure that you know others want to do that. UAE, we were saying a little bit earlier on that there's 22 teams. They all have their own plans. Mitchelton and Scott was to look after the pink jersey first and foremost. They had riders to take care of each part of this stage. I think they're still in a good position. Chris Juul Jensen, Sam Bewley and Svein Toft have done their job today, and now Stan have taken it on and you know, want to make this final 42 kilometres as difficult as possible.
Well, it's going to be tough, and we thank Brian Smith for sitting in with us today. You'll be hearing more from Brian a little bit later, I am sure. The coach is going to go and warm himself up. As for me, I've taken a couple of base layers just to try and put some heat back in the body. There you can see the clouds and being well and truly monitored. 50% chance of rainfall. It looks like that's abating for this particular part of the mountain range. But as we come up onto the big rock, we've got the wind blowing. It continues to do so, Sean. If the rain comes down, who will it suit? I'm minded to say Thibaut Pinot.
Well, hopefully the rain doesn't come down, because it will be very cold if it does as you go further up to this high altitude. 2,100 plus meters here, and it would not be nice for anybody, even the ones who can support the colder conditions better. But it's brightening off, actually. It's more bright here now than it has been for quite a while, so it's looking good, and hopefully it continues that way, that the rain stays away, because it could be very sleety if it does come down. We can see the wind there is blowing, so that's a good thing. It might blow the clouds off a little bit, and yeah, it's been a difficult day here, and it's going to be a real difficult final for everybody, because this race have been, you know, difficult all day. It's been pushed on by the big breakaway, and the peloton has to ride very fast, and I think we're going to see a lot of riders, you know, suffering on this final climb. Who will it be from the general classification? There will be gaps, but who will lose that time?
It's a big question, isn't it? Clearly a battle plan that's been, at least the first phase of it, has been done extraordinarily well by Bahrain Merida, with Boaro and Visconti in the break on behalf of Pozzovivo. He's a diesel engine, and for quite a few, as you can see. Is this chit-chat that's going on at the moment? Florian Senchal gets himself within this group. I thought he was joking there and saying, come in, get on my back wheel. He was clearly suffering. Plenty more will at the end of today. It's been a long run, Sean, of 10 days, if you count the travelling rest day, because that wasn't really much rest there. And the punishing distances that we've had over the last few days, we've had, 4 stages within the 10 days that we're talking about, if you include the transfer, which doesn't really count as a rest day on day 4. 4 days have been around the 200 mark. 229 in a lap through the desert, then Caltagirone 198, just too shy of the big one. In fact, it went over the 200, didn't it, with the next extension to the day. 209 to Montevergine yesterday, and 225 today. Are they having a laugh?
Well, it's a real difficult start to this Giro. A lot of transfers, a lot of long stages, and we can see here the problem is causing, because a lot of riders starting to get into difficulty already, and we can see there one of the riders from the Israel team, Israeli Cycling Academy. It's the Ruben Plaza, the Spanish rider there, who is getting a wheel from one of his teammates. But we can see Astana pushing on, not surprising, because you know, their leader has to make up time here, because he's lost a lot of time. Miguel Angel Lopez at 2:12. This is an opportunity for him to pull back time, and we can see Astana really pushing on, and this is going to make it a long road. Still 40 kilometers for a lot of those riders to get to the finish, and a majorly difficult 40 all uphill pretty much.
The pace that Astana have put into today is clearly reflected by the wreckage further back down the mountain here in terms of the peloton. There's our leader, Simon Yates. Could it be him today? Is it one that would suit a puncher? Probably not. By his amazing acceleration, as you know, on those ramps, and displayed brilliantly, of course, up Etna. Is this just a bit too steady for him? Possibly. I think Chavez would be the better of the pair this time by, but you never know. We'll find out.
Give us some news of Chris, who was on the floor again yesterday.
Yeah, good. He's good. Yeah, you're right. Again. Obviously, that was quite stressful for us in the car, but even more for the guys. But yeah, all good. But just a simple crash. I think he just made a mistake, you know, just going out too strongly on the corner, and just slide. This bike will just slide off, and it crash. But all good, yeah, all good.
And one word on the stage of today, Gran Sasso, more than 2,000 meters high. It's very special with snow maybe at the finish. What do you think about this special program today?
Yeah, it's a hard day, that for sure. Is for everything. We've got more than 200k, so it's a long day. The guys need to fuel properly. You cannot, you know, not be focused for 45 minutes or an hour and forget to eat. You're going to pay this at the end. And then the last 45k, they're just a climb. It's basically 3 climbs with some rest easier part. But the last 7k, you start already at 1600 meters and you're finishing at 200,000 meters, so a bit more. So it's quite hard. So you need to pace yourself. It's going to be the first time the guys. They also do, 5k or 4k at 8%. So it's a proper climb, and this with altitude. So you don't want to lose time, obviously. It would be perfect if he can stick with the guys and get out of this stage with no time lost and feeling again like he's been the last couple of days strong. This is exactly what we want. And so hopefully that will be like this.
You know, there's so much wisdom comes from the mouth of Nicolas Portal. Sean, for a young man, he speaks with great wisdom. He is very close, not that long ago, I should say, he was in the pro peloton, and he carries that wisdom extremely well. He delivers a message beautifully. His relations with the media are fantastic, and he seems like a real rock, a steadying force, if you like, especially when kind of fending off the wall of questions that journalists naturally fire at Team Sky almost as a constant. It's a burden you have when you're so successful. But he's great, isn't he, Nicolas Portal? We get a lot out of him, and he's a steadying influence.
Yes, well, you could see there he gives a good interview, pretty straightforward. We see him in the early part of our programme today when he was on the radio and
telling him what to do, and that's what you need as the director of sport. But a rider who's been in there and, you know, in the professional peloton himself, I think, yeah, you've been there before, maybe not at the top level for Portal, but still, you know, he knows the game, he knows the tactic, and that's what you need to do. You need to be able to carry your riders, because you can imagine yesterday when the Chris Froome did fall, it was panic with the riders out there on the final climb of the day.
Here's Chris Froome just moving up through the peloton. He's burnt some of his teammates today in the attempt, of course, to stay with this lot. The hammers being, or the whip hand really at the moment, belongs to Astana. It was Luis Leon Sanchez that started the impetus, and Chris Froome's, it's great to see him actually just wanting to be at the head. Yesterday when he fell, just put a bit too much drive in a corner, through the back wheel, away it went, and down he went, luckily not with any great consequence by the looks of things, but he's a bouncing ball at the moment, Sean, but one feels that his time is returning rather well. He's on the back wheel of David de la Cruz at the moment. He's looking ever more threatening, is what I'm trying to say. And yesterday when he crossed the line, he actually gave a rueful grin almost. Not a grimace, a grin. Shook his head as if to say, oh, they're all going to love that, thinking of the journalists and all the questions. But he has some strength, doesn't he? And he's showing it today, I think.
Well, he's looking good for the moment, and yesterday, you know, a little bit of bad luck again, and that can happen. It can happen to the best of riders. You're following there in the front end of the peloton, and in a corner he had to just go over a white line, it was said, and if you touched the white line yesterday, well then you know, you can go down very easily. Also, you said maybe putting on the power a bit too soon, coming out of the corners, and down you go, but looking comfortable today and very much to the fore of affairs.
Yeah, apologies for the sound if you're having trouble and we're sounding a bit waspy. That is the reason is we've got bad weather coming in at the finish line. High wind is playing havoc with the parabols, and more than that, we've got heavy cloud as well, which can affect the micro relays to get us back down to the mountain and indeed feed inexorably via satellites back to your good selves. And in fact, the picture's just starting to freeze as well. So let's hope that it all stays nailed together until the line at the end. Spitting nails will be plenty out there, and Astana have really decided that this day needs to be taken by the scruff of the neck, and their impetus has started to close this gap. It's under the 6-minute mark in very, very short order. The break have lost 40 seconds in about 1,500 metres, Sean. What's happening?
Well, it's Astana who are just piling on the pressure here, and it's a question now, how long can they keep on putting up that pace, because it is really blowing the peloton apart. We can see the riders losing contact all the time, and advantage of the breakaways coming down very quickly. But sometimes when a team take it up, they can do that for a while, but the riders, peel off quickly. But look at us standing here, the numbers they have at the moment, and they are really putting a lot of people under pressure. David Viella there is pushing on, and we can see behind them Team Sky, with a number of riders around Chris Froome. Further back we can see Mitchell and Scott with the pink jersey. So everybody is, getting into position, but still 37 kilometres to go. The question is now for the breakaway, 5:51 at the moment. Is it going to be enough to hold on? I said yesterday, definitely the breakaway, but they got swallowed up in the end, and I'm not going to forecast today because I'm afraid of getting it wrong once again.
Yeah, well, no, the DSs couldn't agree about how today was either going to be played, what tactics were going to be used, or indeed how it was likely to pan out. Because of that, you need to stay flexible. Pantani won here in 1999. It's been a long time since we've been back to the big rock, the Gran Sasso. He beat Jose Maria Jimenez and Alex Zuller that day by handsome margins. I'm sure you've got your own views on it, but in the locale, he is something of a demigod when it comes to these kind of inclines. He really did light them up by fair means or foul, but nonetheless, it certainly was dramatic. 37.2 kilometres from home, 5 minutes and 43. They are strung out, but the string has snapped for many, Sean. Astronaut relatively intact, and so did Team Sky. Kirienka taking an awful lot of wind. This man, don't forget, is a world time trialing champion. He can get into a tuck whenever he needs to, but when he is required to take the wind for his team, Sean, he sits up, not in a metaphorical sense, but literally there he is. He's kind of upright, a bit like a journeyman, really, on the track. He's taking so much of the heat for his team. He will, of course, cede a little bit later on, but quite frankly, he does such an amazing job. Astana looks strong, so does Team Sky. The warning signs are written large upon our screen now.
Yes, well, I think we are going to see a spectacular final here between the general classification men and the contenders for the overall win and the top place in the general classification of this race. And Astana are the ones who feel with their leader here, Miguel Angel Lopez, that he can do damage here. And we've seen him in the past. Remember last year in the Vuelta, he just hit off and won stages there and run away from the big favourites for the race. And I think he might be allowed a little bit of leeway because he's a bit further down. But again, there's probably a lot of riders here sitting in this group here with intentions of doing something, and that means the pink jersey of Simon Yates, he will be also looking to take time here against the bigger men. They all know these mountaintop finishes, long climbs, the lightweight little climbers advantage to them, and they want to take any advantage at all before we come to this time trial, because we have a time trial here which is favourable to the big rollers, so it's an advantage day for the climbers, and they're going to try and do something. It's very windy out there as well, it's blowing, and this final climb, it turns around quite a lot, so there is going to be that problem where the wind direction will change on the final run to the finish, and that will make it more difficult again.
It certainly will. 36.4 kilometres from home. We've got a category 2, which will bring us to a plateau. It does have some rather nasty ramps within it. In fact, some approaching the 10% marker, hovering around that. However, the last part, the last 7 kilometres are where the pain really does start to impose itself on those that manage to survive this kind of pace that's been put down by Astana just for the time being. There it is, a long line of Team Sky. Yesterday, the big story for me, or one of the big factors, if you like, in the day, was not Chris Froome's fall, not the way he got back in, Sean, but his demeanour once he crossed the line. He looked relaxed, and some of you saying, how can that possibly be the case? Believe me, under the stresses that he was under, and indeed has been carrying into this race, when he came across the line, he was rueful. He kind of shook his head, he kind of smiled to himself, did a comedic putting of the tongue out and the rest of it, as if to say, that's given him plenty to talk about, write about today. I've fallen off again. But having that level of almost awareness, Sean, and being able to think clearly and openly. I think Chris Froome is relaxed. It's hard to say on a day such as this, but I think Chris Froome could have a great day today.
Well, it will be an interesting one. Today is a day where it's a big test for the general classification men, and the way they've been riding today, long stage, 225 kilometres, it's going to catch some of the riders, and who would that be for the general classification? There's a guarantee there that there will be riders who lose time. Who knows who it's going to be? We have to wait and see the final here, the final 35 kilometres. We're going to see pretty quickly now the guys who are in real good shape and can challenge here for this time gain, I suppose you could call it, on the climb here to the finish. But at the moment, Chris Froome is looking good, but there's no guarantee when you're in the front of the group that is saying that you're really in good shape. At this point, all the general classification men are there. And if you're in 10th position, or if you're in 25th position in this group of big favourites, well then, I don't think it means anything for the moment. It's when they really start attacking each other, that's when we will see who's really feeling good and is in good shape on today's stage.
5 minutes 6 is the gap, and we saw a few moments ago, Sean, it's down to 1,700 metres. You also know how Simon Yates attacked from the pack and bridged over up Etna. There are other riders who are capable of doing that, especially those who are going to be fatigued. If you're on your mettle, the day can be yours in a spectacular fashion. They're going to come around this headland and suddenly be hit by a headwind, as you can see. The wind will be essentially troubling them from all different directions, but it gets more intense when they get up to the plateau of this climb. Just back to the point, Sean, this is bridgeable, and 1,700 metres, but a big fat time gap of 4 minutes and 53. The brave and the capable can impose themselves.
Well, I think it will be later on into the stage when they will try and do something from the general classification men. At the moment, it is a big advantage, 4:52, 35 kilometres to go. You would expect somebody here in this group of, I think, there's 12 riders at the moment left of that very big breakaway, able to hold on. But, they have been out there for a long time, and it all depends how they stand and how long they can stay on the front, how long their riders can continue on setting this internal pace on the front of favourites. But if they do get within a minute and a half, then it's the time when some of the general classification men could start thinking about stage victory. But it's early days yet, and Stan are going to have to continue pulling on the front and to pull back this gap quite a lot before there are any thoughts of a stage victory from the main peloton and the big favourites. 4:52 is a substantial lead as we go 35 kilometres to go.
I've been reminded that Hugh Carthy is stressed. So there you are, the Lancashire long shot, as we occasionally call him. But his cycle club got in touch with me and said they used to have to draw lots as to who was going to go and auto pace Hugh Carthy in appalling conditions. Come rain, come shine, come sleet, come snow. He was out there. They might be required today, all big build up here, and now it's happening. Well, just as we cut away, suddenly the softening up exercise begins. I hope we're going to get back to the pictures as soon as we can. Bahrain Marina with 2 in there, and here we are. This had to be the moment. Suddenly thinking, well, I'm going to go for it. And why not? Moara was being accused of not doing enough work out there, and he decided to put everyone under pressure. This is where Bahrain can start to do a job for Domenico Pozzovivo. They want to thin this down. I was going to say there are clearly some passengers as part of this, and Bahrain Marina are part of that. Well, not anymore. They are the driving force, not happy with the pace, and I think they believe they can take an advantage. It could be, under all those plans we say that could be cast asunder, and the fact that you have to remain flexible, that Bahrain Marina have the master plan, Sean. They've got 2 extraordinarily strong riders in place up here to do battle with everybody else on behalf of Pozzovivo.
Well, it's an interesting one. What is exactly the tactic here for Bahrain Marina? They have this country here also, let's forget, and he could be a one, maybe want to challenge for the stage here, but they're in a good position to have 2 men out in front at the moment, and for their leader of the team, Domenico Pozzovivo. It's a great position to be in. I think further on up this climb we will see what the objective is, and Boraro, as we know, he can just time trial on the easier path. When he gets a bit more steeper sections, that's where he will be a little bit more difficult, because where we are at the moment, you can see that he is pushing in a very strong pace.
There we are. Benedicti, Bahani, Belkov, Bellis, Ukasi, Rafia. It's a long list of talent that we've got up here, and it has been for much of the day, and the list does indeed continue with Visconti and Boara both up here. I think that's fantastic. Boara doing on the metal at the moment. Visconti will roll through it and take his duty in a short while. There's still a long way to go, Sean, but look at how the clock's tumbling back. 4 minutes and 41. It's the clock's going in one direction at the moment, and that means it is narrowing. 33.8 kilometres from home is a long way. I suggest if they are within a minute and a half with 5 to go, they could potentially snuff it out. There's plenty of riders here who could do that.
Well, you have the cream of the crop here in this peloton, and you can see Astana are still the ones who are just pushing on, and advantage is coming down. Will it be possible to close down this gap enough to give somebody in the peloton the idea, go for the stage victory? That's a bit further up the road here. We'll have to wait and see, and it's all about Astana for the moment. But will there be other teams as well? Will Sky maybe start setting that internal pace which we've often seen them, and they're just waiting there for the moment. They're just following the slipstreams of Astana. So if that is the case, if another team takes it up a bit further on, and there's a lot of time to do that, because 33.5 still to go, well, then the breakaway, the advantage could come down rapidly. But if Astana are allowed to ride, and then nobody else wants to really push on to try and catch the breakaway guys, then it could be that the breakaway, some of them might be just able to hang on to the finish here and take the glory today.
Another 10 seconds dissipates within the space of 500 metres or so. As you look up to King Roger's Castle, that was in the days before central heating, don't forget. Was he nuts? This incline hasn't been visited since 1999, Sean. That is a long old gap. Pantani won it
back then. We've seen plenty of his fans dotted alongside the road, and constantly mentioned. The signs of the pirate are ubiquitous. But it is a devil of a mountain, and half that satanic distance just been passed. 33.3 has just gone by. With 35, it says here, clearly the man who does the hoardings goes a bit freestyle sometimes. We've discussed the reasons why, and look at this. This is a proper effort going on at the moment. Gradually, slowly but surely, a battle of attrition for all of those teams that take on the burden, and willingly so doing it. Astana, that's a job they've been asked to do, but they're doing it so well.
Well, they're doing a real good job at the moment, and we can see the advantage coming down all the time for the breakaway, and we can up front is Boraro. Boraro has pushed on, and he's still pushing there at the front of this group. So what is the intention there? It could be for, to stay out in front for as long as possible, and maybe be there if they do get pulled back, and to help his team either Domenico Pozzovivo, or is it for the stage victory? Because they have 2 men in the breakaway. One of the teams who have got 2 men in, that is the other one, Giovanni Visconti, who is a rider with vast experience, won stages in the Giro already. So it's it could be for that cause he is pushing on here at the moment. But certainly panicking the breakaway a bit, because the advantage coming down all the time, just over the 4.5 minutes at the moment. And we can see the way Astana, everybody walking here in this peloton, or what's left of the peloton, to just stay in the slipstream of the pace being set by Astana.
Mitchelton's got to do a lot of early work. This is playing into their hands, I think, Sean. And look at that, suddenly another change of pace, another gear's found, it seems. The Sky train just separating momentarily, and it's Chris Froome playing catch-up. And just check this out as well. The hurt game continues to be played. And right now, it's Bahrain Merida that's playing with everybody, constantly changing the tempo out there.
Well, we can see, yes, still the same man on the front here, still pushing on there, and he's just looking for support here, but there's other riders want to set the pace as well. We see that Bolaro was out in front. He's being pulled back, and then he just goes again, and he's looking impressive at the moment, looking strong, and yes. What can you do in a situation like this? You have to, try and up the pace a bit, keep the pace as strong as possible, because the peloton is closing down very quickly.
This is absolutely magnificent. The race leaders have an advantage at the moment of 4 minutes and 24, and it is starting to shatter as we come up to this King of the Mountains test. A few hundred meters away from it right now, and they'll just pick up and roll over the top. More than that, they're certainly going for it. Mikkel Schirel wants a part of the day, but Androni Zeidemek have worked so hard, not only on the intermediate sprints, but also on the King of the Mountains, in the King of the Mountains competition, and duly get their just reward. Bottle anybody, chance to take it, and gratefully accepted as well. Gianluca Brambilla, I think from the break, is possibly the favourite amongst them if they are to make it all the way. He was the best placed at the beginning of the day as well, at 6 minutes and 40. And if you can turn the clock back to 2016, where he was third on the Strade Bianche and won a Giro stage and a Vuelta stage, why not? Masnada takes the hurt and starts to assemble some handsome mountains points out there. It's busy. It's also almost nudging, well, it is 4 minutes and 17 now. 31.5 from home. And, of course, the man that's drawn so much attention, for good or bad, ahead of the race, is still, of course, a huge focus. He's looking better and better, Sean, throughout this race. And physical planning, as well as strategic, is very much part of the winning game. And Sky and Chris Froome playing a blinder here?
Well, I think it's a bit early days to say if they're playing a blinder, because they just followed the pace being set by Astana for a long number of kilometres now, and you would never know how a guy is feeling, because a rider like Chris Froome or the riders from Sky team who are here just behind the Astana team, you'd expect them to be here at this moment. And I know the pace is being set very fast paced by Astana, but those guys, you'd expect them to be able to manage this pace. It's really when we get into the more difficult stuff later on in this stage, and when it comes to the point when the other riders will attack, that's when we will see who is in good shape and who is suffering a little bit. And we can see in the breakaway, the riders are just each other trying to motivate each other here. They're calling each other to come through, keep on riding here. They know that the advantage for them is coming down just over the 4 minutes at the moment, and they have to try and keep on working together, try and conserve as much of an advantage as they can. But 4 minutes at the moment with still just 30 kilometres to go. It's going to be interesting. If Astana can continue on the pace for a bit further here, and then another team takes it up, then it could be difficult for the breakaway, the guys to stay all the way and go for stage victory.
30 k's to go, but because the inclines that we're going to be dealing with, it's still over 50 minutes, maybe an hour, depending on how they roll, as to and indeed what the weather does, before we actually reach the line. And in fact, today's pace has been reasonably high, and it's still being at a fair old lick, being driven on the chase by Astana. It's coming down towards that 4 minute mark as we approach 5 hours in the saddle. 4 hours and 52 minutes so far, Sean, and still with another 50 minutes, I reckon, to go of the day. That is a hard grind. It's the sort of thing that race organisers build into a stage just before a rest day, and equally as hard as any other at this point of a race, I think.
Well, I think it's definitely a very difficult stage, and a long one, 225 kilometres, and this final is going to be very difficult. And the way they have raced as well, and the big breakaway, going out, that was always going to be a problem for the team of Yates and Mitchell and Scott to control, because They were all working very well together, so they had to ride very fast in the peloton just to keep it under control, and for that reason it's going to make it more difficult again. And we will see, unless they do not attack each other out of the group of favourites here, we will see gaps there. We will see some losing time.
Laurent Didier, there he goes out of the breakaway. Alex Turin as well. Kiri's taken a bottle and his biceps were twitching. I think his job might be done fairly soon as well. Manuel Bararo, they're arguing in the break. He's basically saying, if you want to do something, then do something. I'm not doing it all for you. They were accusing him of that earlier on today, so clearly there's a bit of friction within our breakaway in terms of work rate, and in fact the gap now, they've lost a minute in short order in about 6 kilometres, and if that continues they are done. Approaching 5 hours in the saddle, 4 hours and 57 minutes, by the way, in case you want it exactly. You can add 21 seconds to that. We have Juan Antonio Fletcher, who took us to the line, or will show you exactly what they've got to deal with. Right now, dealing with it, Astana, Sky is sitting in, and Mitchelton Scott, who did such a lot of work for Simon Yates, who wears the pink jersey, earlier on today, just to hold it around about the 6-minute mark, the breakaway, that is. Well, they are sitting in, but ready to go again, I believe. This is how deep we're in. Let's hear from Juanto.
We are at the Gran Sasso d'Italia, the longest climb of this Giro d'Italia, a quite steady one, but a climb that pretty much goes up to a high altitude all the time, around the 2,000 meters at the final, which means the lack of oxygen to the rider. And therefore, that will affect them by decreasing their ability to ride at a high intensity, which probably will really tempt them to go on attack really far from the finish line. We are between 4 and 5 kilometers to the top, and at this point is where actually the hardest and steepest part of this climb begins, a section up to 8% gradient of average, and clearly will make it hard for everyone. Right after the hairpins, already over 10%. And so it's not on the side of the road. But lucky riders, with these fences, no one will do a Stephen Kreisvik. "100 meters and this will be over." We made it right to the top of Gran Sasso d'Italia at just 2,100 meters of altitude. It is an endurance stage and as well a long climb up to 27 kilometers long, although the last 4 kilometers they ramp up over 10%. But what's going to happen among the favorites? First of all, we have to think about Simon Yates, who clearly needs to distance himself ahead of that time trial. But what about the altitude specialists? Well, those are Miguel Angel Lopez and Esteban Chavez. This climb clearly suits them very well.
There it is. Esteban Chavez, maybe, but why not Brambilla? From the breakaway, Brambilla has decided that he's just about had enough. He's pushing on, and his record speaks for itself. Here's Tim Wellens, who's also keeping up rather nicely. One stage 6, of course, for Caltagirone. This very, very different. But, you know, stranger things have happened. Let's see if he picks it up. 25 kilometers or so remaining. It's time for the brave. Mikkel Schirel has pushed on. He bridged up to Gianluca Brambilla, who decided to add a little bit of impetus. And in fact, that pair now are starting to have a big shakeout effect on everybody else. That's Fausto Masnada, who wanted that climb, that the category 2 that they've just rolled over. 25 to go, and we've passed the 5-hour mark in the saddle. And a big hurt being shown by Maxim Belkov, who really struggled to stay in touch on the last climb. And as this one starts to pitch up as well, we are on the last phase of today before the rest day, so they can afford to go deep, knowing that they've got some recovery in the offing. But how much reserves have they got after such a long reach to get to this point in this race? Here is the chase, and it's being led by Astana. But look at Francis Desjeux. The Groupama boys are in the bleu, blanc et rouge at the side of the road, and Tom Dumoulin, we haven't heard hide nor hair of Team Sunweb, but we knew they'd get aggressive on behalf of Tom, a man who is defending champion, of course, wears number 1, and that status could be underscored today. We'll wait and see. There are more hands on the pump here, Sean, with the gap now down to 3 minutes and 22. It looks like it could be the big names, the GC men, that have their fun today.
Well, it's still difficult to say who's going to take the honours for the stage victory here. Astana still pushing on. We see in the breakaway, which was 12 riders, there's a lot of riders that are getting blown out the door here. We could see Tim Wellens, Belkov, Behane, Benedetti. Brambilla was the one who did the damage. He put in a big attack, and now he's been joined up by a number of other riders. We can see here they are starting to work together again, and it's the weaker ones that try and cling on and stay in the slipstream, and you have to try and get rid of those guys because they upset the group out front. If you have 5-6 guys who work well together, even though you're on a climb, if you can still continue on sharing the pace setting, well, that will help everybody. And at the moment they've got to do that, because just under the 3:30 with 24 to go, is it going to be enough? It's in the balance still at this time, but it looks like that it could work out for the breakaway of 6 riders at the moment leading here on the road.
Yeah, indeed, and both still intact. Those who were clinging on have gone. If you've got cling on, set phases to stun, or indeed just ask Gianluca Brambilla to push on. That's precisely what he did. Poirot and Visconti loved that from Bahrain Merida. They've joined him. Hugh Carthy remains intact with them too. Mikkel Schirel from AG2 on Le Mondial. All hell breaking loose in the breakaway. And open sleeves. Well, you couldn't have had that on the top of the mountain earlier on. Thankfully, the clouds dissipated, and I'm beginning to wonder about the wisdom of putting on a couple of base layers. I'm getting a bit warm now, Sean. Every single element of the weather forecast has been with us today. The only thing that's been missing is snow itself, although it does lie on the ground at the top.
Well, that guy is after coming out of the warm car. He's just opened the rooftop and just got out. He'll not stay too long out there. I think it's only for a couple of minutes and he will disappear. And it is warmer down there, of course, but it's not that warm. But the riders, they are definitely warm. The way they're going in the last 20 kilometres and the way they've been going all day. It's just all day, they've been pushing on at a strong pace, but they've been really pushing on since Stan have taken it up. And we can see here, they're still working at it. Not as fast as they were some time further down here, but at this point it's understandable because the way they have been riding all day, and a bit of discussion going on here. We can see, are they going to continue? Do they think now, are they being told, well, this gap 3:37, we're not going to be able to close that for the stage victory, so maybe knock it off a bit and try and just push on in the final kilometres, and to prepare the terrain for their leader of the team, Miguel Angel Lopez, because they're going to run out of men if they have to continue on in this final 23 kilometres. It's going to be a big ask for them to pull back this breakaway 3:38 at the moment.
It's got a whiff of that, Sean, an amendment of the strategy. Someone like Thibaut Pinot would have loved it to start raining, and it was on the cards. It looks like that's ebbing as a threat. had it done so and been bitterly cold, I think Groupama Francis and Joe, who clearly were minded to do something. They've come up, they're sitting just alongside Team Sky at the moment in the red, white and blue of the French tricolour. Team Sky themselves still with Vasil Kirienka, who looked like he was planning a departure after doing much of the legwork to get us to this point, but still he sits there bolt upright. Amazing core strength. Look at the shoulders of other riders just rocking and rolling, and then look at how steady Kiri is. He looks like he's carved out of granite. Now, the only tell with Kirienka, there are two. One is that he goes a greeny grey colour, and the other is that his biceps start twitching because he's got such amazing core strength. He doesn't show any kind of weakness, but when those when he starts getting trembles running through the biceps as he pulls on the bars to maintain that core strength and the drive, that's normally when he's about to go. But look at the biceps; they're starting to twitch. He's shaking, and indeed he's showing a bit more emotion than we're used to. There we are, a wipe of the nose. Is it all done? Is he about to go all in for the last 2 or 3 kilometres of his effort? I don't know. He's been asked to stay there. Team Sky, Chris Froome's got 2 men, and Kirienka is one of them. Kiri's pace as part of Team Sky is so useful on the approaches to mountains, Sean. He's known as a time trialist. That's sort of ebbing just a little bit, but what an amazing teammate to have in a situation like this.
Yes, well, we all know the power of Kirienka. You know, he can just ride for kilometre after kilometre on the front, but he can also ride up the hills, you know, so strong. For a big roller, a time trialist, he can get up the climb very well, and you know, he is one of the ones there just in front of Chris Froome. We see David de la Cruz as well is there for Team Sky, but they're still following in the slipstream of Astana, who look like they're going to continue. I was asking, you know, the question there, were they going to maybe knock it off a bit, but doesn't look the way they're riding at the moment. It seems to be, you know, same pace. They're still pushing on as they were and as they have been for a long time now, and 3:33 at the moment. Still a nice gap, looking like it should be enough for some of the riders we have here in this leading group of 6.
A bizarre little downhill run. There's a few of them actually on the approach. Juan Antonio was talking about it, and you've got one of these amazing mountain pastures. Don't bother looking for trees. They're kind of blown away. Astadar's pace as well has been blowing away the ambitions of many a team down there, many a rider, I should say. And indeed, you have to have a great deal of strength to stay with them. They are dictating affairs, but look at how many men they still have intact. The same gift is not, I'm afraid, been at the disposal of Chris Froome. He won't be pulling any ribbons and enjoying himself today, I'm afraid. No, he's got a lot of work to do, and Tom Dumoulin is very close at hand. Looking back through this group, you will find the pink jersey. It's just off the left-hand side of your screen at the moment. Look at that. It is absolutely stunning here. When we do get bad weather washing through, as you may well know, it has an effect, an ionizing effect on the atmosphere, and so you get these amazing clear skies. It's mineral air up here, but it is thin, and that can knock a few back. Some sustain it much better than others. And the altitude gain today, Sean, 4,252 metres. That's a hell of a lot. And we sit at the finish line at 2,135 metres above sea level. That's getting on for, what, 7,000 feet above sea level?
Well, it is a very high altitude finish, you know, over the 2,000 metres, as you say, and that kind of effect when you get into the final kilometres here at that altitude. It can have an effect on some of the riders. Conditions today, of course, if it was really warm weather, well, then it could be a bit more difficult, but the cooler conditions, the fresher air, it will help a little bit because the body is not going to overheat as much, and that will help most of the riders. It's staying dry, which is the great thing here, because if it did start to come down, as the forecast was predicting, we could get some rain or sleet showers in the end. That's not what we need here, and the riders certainly do not want to get that, because that would be horrible for everybody.
Yeah, the wind is still maintained. I'm just looking at some of the flags outside. It's still pretty stiff, the breeze. In fact, more than that, it's a proper wind from the southwest. And a sou'wester is where you get the storms from in the northern hemisphere. I know it's different in the south, but nonetheless, you're all extremely welcome on what's proving to be something of a brutal day. They're holding their own, though. Our breakaway and 2 from Bahrain Merida. But I think the big danger man here is Gianluca Brambilla. He's on the front of this group, Brambilla, I beg your pardon. 3rd on the Strade Bianche, took a stage on the Giro and on the Vuelta back in 2016. Can he dial the clock back, Sean, as part of this breakaway? They've got a great chance with 20.8 to go.
Well, they have a really good chance, and with 2 men up there from Bahrain Merida, and we have seen Manuel Borraro. He has been pushing on, and it looks like that Visconti must be feeling good because he's still there with the 6 leaders, and we have a lot of other riders as well who could be, you know, thinking and capable of taking victory. We have Mikel Cherel from AG2R Mondial. We have Masada, who has been very impressive also in that climb just a bit further back. He went for the mountain classification points, and we have also Brambilla, who you mentioned, and we have also Hugh Carty here, who is following on quite well. So this six-man leading group, we have, you know, some very talented riders and some riders who can finish off on this sort of finish up a mountain.
Yeah, don't discount Hugh Carthy either, the man from Pesco. I was talking about the fact that his cycling club from up north, training around the Trough of Boland and beyond. They used to draw lots as to who was going to auto-pace him, because he would demand well, he would just get on the bike, and he was such a youngster and such a star turn, and no wonder he decided to apply his trade in Spain with Caja. They picked him up, got some had some stellar performances, and of course is now with EF Education First, and another Brit to focus on. We're drifting our attention away from Simon Yates, but he remains a possibility for a stage win here. Mitchelton Scott did so much work early on, Sean. The efforts being put in by Astana, I suggest, will be a gift to them. And here they come, up and into position. You can see the pink jersey here embedded within the Mitchelton Scott lime green shoulders and black jerseys for you. That's Hugh Carthy, the extremely rangy number 153 with the pink shoulders here as they go through the 20 Ks to go marker. Yeah, don't count Simon Yates out for a stage win today.
No, well, with this running you can never count them out, but is it going to be a possibility now for the peloton here of main favourites to be pulled back this 3:21? I don't think so. We see the way the 6 are working up front, and Astana have been, you know, really pushing on. Advantage is not coming down as quickly as it was. It's just under the 3:20. We can see there it's still Astana, and with the 6 men up front, I think they realise now that they have to try and work well together in this final, and we can see here they're pretty much contributing together quite well. They have to continue on that, of course, because if they start attacking each other, well, then that's where they will lose this nice advantage at the moment. And yes, the question is, back in the peloton, is there another team, a fresh team, who will take it up? That would be the danger one. If, you know, there's another team who will take it up with Astana, that could be the danger and could be the problem for the breakaway holding on.
Yeah, you saw Mitchelton Scott just getting themselves up into position, and I was just wondering whether that's precisely what they're going to do. Start to put another hand on the pump. 3 minutes and 15. It is coming back down now, the gap between the pursuers and indeed the breakaway. And a bit of a stretch of the back, just a bit of meerkatting there, and some sneezes as well. We've had a few snuffles ourselves. Those who suffer with allergies, notably hay fever, can have a nightmare time until we almost get to the Tour de France, in fact. And this time of year, just as the grass comes into bud, and here come Mitchelton Scott. If you want a flourish, this is exactly that. And there is our leader, and indeed calling for this. Simon Yates will have asked for this impetus, and why not? So they come to the fore. Yet more with a desire to get very much involved, Sean. This is great.
Yes, we can see there it's Roman Kreuziger who was just trying to take it up here, but I think Astana, you could see there just before Kreuziger from Mitchelton Scott went to the front, they were after knocking it off a bit, and I think the tactic was for Astana, just keep riding on the front, keep their team leader Miguel Angel Lopez in a good position, and just concentrate on the general classification. I think we see there some kilometres back, there was the rider from Astana, the name Luis Leon Sanchez, of course. He came up and he talked to some of the teammates. I think that was the tactic, just knock it back a bit so you can continue for a long ways up this climb. But now it's Michelin Scott who decides. With Cruisinghall, we can see Jack Haig is also coming up there, and Mikel Nieve, the rider, you know, we talked about in the earlier part of this race. If he starts getting into form, he could be a really important part for Michelin Scott. And yes, certainly Yates has intentions here, because he's ordered his team to push on, so he has to be feeling good.
Yeah, very much so. The power of the jersey can't be underestimated either, Sean. When you wear it, it seems to give you a certain percentage extra, does it not?
Well, it's the case a lot of times that when a rider gets a race leader's jersey, he performs, you know, much better than he has previously been doing. Sometimes it can have a counter effect also, and it can be, you know, a heavy weight on your shoulders, and we have seen that also with some riders. But it looks like Yates, right from the beginning when he took the pink jersey, in his interviews and that, he looked to be very confident, very relaxed, and it looks to be nothing different today.
Fausto Masnada has decided that he doesn't like the pace. There is Aru, as you can see. Lawrence Ten Dam just sitting in behind him. Fabio Aru, great gutsy performer, and in fact he's shown an awful lot more than I thought as during this race. As Domenico Pozzovivo gets guided up as well into position. Everyone's expecting this to be an attacking moment, and why not? We're on a little plateau, and we'll come to the foot of the climb in 10 kilometers time. This is Masnada just deciding that he wants to be the man that dictates the pace, and more than that, he wants to give himself a chance of just rolling away from everybody. Clearly he believes. I'm not sure it's misguided though. 2 minutes and 48 is from this man, we remind you, back to the chasers. So let's see. Stranger things have happened, but I think it's a tall order for Masnada to deliver this.
Yes, well, again, we can see there there's just a rivalry between the riders. Nobody want to really commit, and there's a lot of looking at each other, and that is always a problem, you know, with this difficult final. Everybody wants to keep a little bit in the bag.
Sherelle Carthy coming through as well. Brambilla, I think, is the one that they all fear, and the fact that he's not doing as much of a turn as the others. You can kind of look at Barrow Marine and say, look, there's two of you, I'm not doing all the work for you. But Boar and Visconti and Brambilla, there's a little argument going on between them. This man's not arguing with anyone because they can't hear him. He's up the road, wears what looks like a skull tattoo on his arm here, very much reminiscent of the skull and crossbones, the pirate's flag. And we've mentioned Pantani as well, who had fun on this mountain back in 1999, a long time ago. It isn't a long time, however, between these guys and the chase. It's down to 2 minutes and 38. Mind you, we were around about the 4.5 minutes, weren't we, when we were at the 36-kilometre mark. We've halved that distance, and they haven't halved the gap. 24 years of age, then. I love these interests. Music, fuel and wine. Favourite food, pizza. That's almost like, look, just leave me alone. Stop asking me silly questions. The teams hand these out. Come on, boys, fill these in, and they spend precisely 8 seconds just ticking things. I just wrote, oh, pizza. Favourite film, Star Wars. 16.8 kilometres then. And a little bit of a hiatus of hostilities. If you wonder why there's 5 here, it's because this is the chasing group and not the break. Masnada has gone off the front, and on the nose of the chase here of the Maglia Rosa group is indeed the man who wears that pink jersey. It's Simon Yates and Mitchelton Scott. They did a lot of the early work, Sean, and then were helped out, I think, by the push of Astana, and now they're having to do it again. They look willing.
Yes, well, they have a very strong team here, and we talked about that a number of times the last number of days. They have the men for the earlier part who are doing the work, like a Fein Tuft. We had Sam Booley was there, Christopher Yule Jensen. They were the ones who were riding early. Now there's other men. Cruisinghall has come to the front, of course. We can see Navy is also there, and Jack Haig is the one who was very much at the front with Simon Yates just in third or fourth position. And the breakaway they're, you know, attacking each other. That's where it's not going to work for them here, because when you start doing that, you attack, then you look around, you slow down, then you go again. Every time you lose a handful of seconds here and there, and the advantage is going to come down all the time. And with Mitchell and Scott looking like that they want to push on here, that is going to be the difficult one, with still 15 kilometers to go and the advantage only at 2:38. So it's difficult to see that. It is going to be a difficult one for them to hold on. Will they be strong enough here? Will our leader here out in front be able to hang in there? Masnada, who is putting up a big fight.
Yeah, he's doing a great job actually, and to the worriment, I think, is playing into the hands, I think, of Bahrain Merida. As you can see on the chase, having got to the plateau, the nearest man to Masnada is Manuele Boaro, which is allowing just Giovanni Visconti to sit at the back of that group. Takes that at very, very high pace. The curve, that is. Let's see if it catches these guys out. It's off camber, which means that there's no banking on the turn, and indeed you're going to get spat out to the corner. There's more chit-chat going on, and Mikel Cherel has gone up to Boaro and saying, listen, we're wise to your clever games. Full vision of where Fausto Masnada is, and we haven't got a distance gap to the chasers, but I suspect we know the time of it, 2 minutes and 38, but not the actual kilometers. 17-18 seconds. I don't think that's correct. It was just one hairpin. And these guys, have they pulled the pin, Sean? Hard to tell the pace because they're still on the incline. However, they go again. It's rock and roll, Sean. This is fantastic.
Yes, it's certainly rock and roll here, and we can see again it's Bahrain Merida with Manuel Boaro, who just puts in another acceleration of pace there, and Brambilla is trying to, you know, chase him down. And we can see they're back in the main peloton. Mitchell and Scott are pushing on here, but this is a real difficult terrain because very, very open here, and we know that the wind is blowing out there, so it's changing directions all the time. And Hugh McCarthy putting in a dig here, and it's attack after attack here between the breakaway riders.
Had Hugh McCarthy been elsewhere within this, maybe in the main body of the pack, I would have been saying he is the man that's going to put in a late charge, and why not? He's clearly still got some strength. It's great to see how sprightly these boys are, and look at the conversations that's going on. There's not going to be any help here from Giovanni Visconti, whose teammates got up the road, and all of a sudden is he going to come round them and go and join him? This is fantastic. Bahrain Merida are playing a game. It doesn't have to be a pleasant one for those in the break, but it's royally entertaining for us, Sean.
Yes, well, we can see there Manuel Boaro has just rode away here, and Visconti is just going to play the game now, sit on the others, and that's what he was doing there. He was just getting into the wheel of Mikel Cherel from AG2R Mondial, and he's not going to contribute at all, as we can see Belkov being swallowed up by the main peloton here at the moment. And still advantage, holding on 2:37. It looked like that it was going to come down a bit more, but in this very difficult part of the parcours we're on, the breakaway are holding on, considering, you know, they're just attacking for quite a number of kilometers now, and advantage still a good one at 2:39. Again, will it be enough for them to hold on in this final 13 kilometers? Depending on, you know, how the big favourites react in the next number of kilometres, if they start really pushing on and putting other teammates to the front.
There is a little bit of a kick that those out front have got to deal with, and it's coming up right now of about 6%. They'll go over a crest, and then it actually is another downhill, which will bring us slowly but surely to around about the 7-kilometre mark, and it's there that this day will be decided. Luis Leon Sanchez comes to the fore as well. The man who's really dictating things out there. You saw him meerkatting a few moments ago, just sitting up, just stretching his back. He'd done the work, but you can see how focused they are into the turns. They're on it again. Watch the 2 minutes and 39 start to tick down as they really drive into the curves. He's a great descender, Luis Leon Sanchez. In fact, most of the Astana team are. Fausto Masnada, though, is showing some great fortitude by pushing off from the breakaway. No hiding place for him, Sean. He's going to put his nose in the wind and have a go. Good for him.
Well, there's certainly no hiding place, and he knows, and he'll be made aware that there's a strong rider coming up from behind, Manuel Boaro, and we can see there he's going to get pulled back by Boaro, but he's put up a great fight today. Fausto, he's really being aggressive. The mountain classification points, he's picked up some very valuable points there, but we can see the chasers are still not out. Was the 4 of the previous 6 riders. They're not that far off at the moment, and they're in a real difficult section here. You can see very, very open, and the wind out there is blowing quite strong, and the way it's turning and weaving, they are getting a lot of the time where they have a headwind, and that's going to make it a very, very difficult run into this final kick up to the finish.
Huge mountain pastures here. As you can see, the spring flowers just starting to come through. Expect Julie Andrews to suddenly appear on the horizon singing, but it's not going to be. Somebody will be today, though, and we still don't know whose name will be on the top of the day's podium. 2 minutes and 34. We know who'll be the leader at the end of today, unless something dramatic happens and there's a big shakeout amongst the GC men. We could have 2 fights here, one for the stage and indeed one for the glory, perhaps, of the lead. The margin of advantage held by Simon Yates overall remains at 16 seconds, so that should be enough for him to remain in pink by the end of today. But who's going to win it? And frankly, at the moment, we don't know. I still think Brambilla from the breakaway has to be the favourite, but they're leaning on at the moment. These guys are sort of leaning on each other, shooting the breeze at the bar, you might say. Well, the bar has been raised, and it will be in when we get 7.5 kilometres remaining, and indeed with maximum gradients of 13% on the run for the line. This is not designed to be pleasant. It's designed to be one of the ultimate tests of this race, and somebody is going to pass it. Cannot wait. Great work by Masnada. Despite the foreshortening of the camera here, his gap remains about 15 seconds from the man who's on his case. That's Manuel Boaro. His drive is also an impressive one, and you look at the gap, it's almost equidistant, isn't it, the gap? Say another 16 seconds back to the chasers. The telephoto lens from the helicopter there making it look like they're a little bit closer at hand than perhaps they are. It's about 2 kilometres back to these guys, 2 minutes and 22, Rob Hatch's favourite number, but I don't know. I'm beginning to swing towards the breakaway, but I still think there's an awful lot of firepower. Team Sky have reassembled their tough men out here. And Kenny Ellison, the little guy, so much how can I put this, negativity in the French press when he got signed by Team Sky. It was almost like they've stolen one of our own. He's been fabulous out there for Chris Froome in the high ground. Likewise, Sergio Luis Henao has got back. The Colombian champion is also there. Kenny Ellison with David de la Cruz. Kirienko's done such an amazing job as well today. I think he's been the driving force, really. And Chris Froome will certainly offer up some thanks to him, I'm sure, by the end of today. And here is the end that you're looking at, the Salita Marco Pantani, the day named after him. One day they might be calling the name of Fausto Masnada if he manages to bring it in, but they've gone for art shots here, and I'm afraid it may well be a challenging one for him, let's put it that way. Think of Jackson Pollock, if we're staying with art. Masnada then, will he be all over the place, or will he will this be a fabulous construction by the time he gets to the end? Can't say, but I'm afraid the strength that remains in the breakaway looks like it might be too much for him, but he's holding ground, Sean. Fausto Masnada is doing an amazing job.
He is doing a real strong ride, but again, we have still over 10 kilometres to go here, and we did see a moment ago, time gap was around the 25 seconds, and to the man we have on our screen here, Manuel Boaro, and 38 seconds back to the chasing 4 riders who have on our screens at the moment. But it looks like that the 4 chasers may be losing a bit of ground actually to the 2 men out in front, but difficult to say if they are totally out of it. I think we see from Barret and Marie that they knew that if they kept on riding together, the danger was that the rider from Trek Segafredo Gianluca Brambilla could be the danger one. So they started attacking, but that could be the killer as well for them, because if you attack that far out, and you have to continue on riding with the gap coming down. We can see 2:15 at the moment with 10 kilometers to go. Is it going to be enough? I have no idea.
Fausto Masnada was third in the Apennines, the Giro Appennino this year, and in fact, I thought that was Ciccone. I'll double check, but the Presidential Tour of Turkey as well, third last year in a really tough race, and having a tough race, as you can see. Chris Froome just starting to shake and waver. Sometimes, though, Sean, Chris Froome is very, very difficult to read, and often when he's at the very end of his resources, he'll go and attack.
Yes, well, we've seen that many times when he loses a bit of contact and it looks like he's in difficulty, then he just accelerates and able to just come back, and then sometimes he can go on the attack from there. So it's difficult to know how he's feeling. We could see his teammate there who was moving up some time ago, Kenny Elissonde, with some fresh drinks there. He's distributing them to the Team Sky riders who are at the front with Chris Froome.
Yeah, Ciccone won the Giro Appennino, by the way, but Masnada was close at hand and indeed finished in second place. This is Manuele Boaro, far more familiar with his credentials, and they are extensive, but right now he is in the chase, and it looks like he's being beaten. 31 seconds, Sean. The gap posted by Fausto Masnada is increasing. We know that Gianni Savio is very savvy, aptly named, I think you might say, in terms of his picking out youthful talent and making it work for him. And right now, Fausto Masnada is doing a phenomenal job. He's holding everyone at bay, albeit that the main pack is now only 2 minutes and 8 down. His advantage starting to swing back to the group of favourites, Sean, with 8.3 to go, and the hardest part of the day still to come.
Well, I think everybody here out in front who survived from the breakaway to this point are starting to suffer, and Masnada is putting in a brave fight, because when Manuel Borrara took off there, I thought he was going to catch him. He's a real powerhouse. He's a great time trialist, and on this sort of terrain, which is not really the difficult part at the moment, that has still to come, I thought he would be able to pull him back, but it looks like that he's going to be taken in by the other four riders from that breakaway, and it will be an interesting one now, because Bahrain Merida, they have got Giovanni Visconti. Has he got anything left? Have he got enough in the final 7.7 kilometers to go on the attack and try and catch our leader out on the road? Because it's really going to be a tight one. You can see the peloton is coming up quickly as well. 2 minutes, considering the time they have been out there. A lot of fresh men in the peloton. It could be one where their dreams will be broken once again for the breakaway in this final number of kilometres to the finish here at Gran Sasso d'Italia.
You know, he's not a bad time trialist either. In the Coppa Bartoli, finished sixth there in a good field. Finished sixth overall, by the way, as well. He can go. It was part of a team time trial, but also individually functioned very, very well as well. 10th in the Liguria and third, as we say, in Appennino. He's a talent. He's 24 years of age, and I can hear the flutter of checkbooks starting to open here, if that's not too old-fashioned these days. He's drawing attention to himself, Sean. This is a phenomenal run by him.
Yes, well, he is putting in a big fight here, and you can see the effort he's making. He knows that, he has to just give it his 100% here, but will he be able to continue on doing that? He is in a section here where it's not too difficult, but there is a lot of more steep gradients to come, and that's where it can be majorly difficult to keep it going when you have to get up those more steeper paths. And it's all about now how much you have got left in the tank.
And indeed everybody else. And what about your ambition? Well, Thibaut Pinot, familiar for always having his helmet strap undone, comes up, the strap swinging, and everyone else might be as well if he starts issuing a few punches. We'll wait and see. Team Sky still there, still looking solid. How solid are the foundations, though? Let's wait and see. 6.5 kilometers to go. The hurt's about to start here as we take it up to the Gran Sasso. The Campo Imperiale awaits. One young man is out front, Fausto Masnada, and it's battle stations for absolutely everybody. Poro Boaro is now 42 seconds adrift. The chasing group a minute and 20, and still the youngster from Androni Giocattoli is pushing on. This is the man who's trying to chase him down, Manuele Boaro, and look, even the camera here cannot limit that distance. My goodness, are we in for something of a surprise? It'll be a huge shock if he lands it. 6.2 kilometres to go, the toughest section still to come. We'll see how he goes. It's all very well time trialling over the flat plain, Sean, but you've got to take on, you've got to be a mountain goat, essentially, to deal with 13% on the approach.
Well, you've got to have still a lot of energy left, and that is the big question now. How much have they got left here? We can see, you know, the 4 chasers still working away. Brambilla, Sherrill, of course, and Hugh Carty, they're going to continue on riding, but we can see Visconti. I think if he was feeling real good, he would contribute also, because he knows that Boaro was not going to be able to pull back our leader out in front, and it is becoming a complicated one. 150 all the time, but this final number of kilometres are the really difficult part, where it does kick up to, you know, 13%, and that is a big ask after this long, difficult day.
Carthy goes for it and draws out a response from Giovanni Visconti. Brambilla tries to do it, just tempoing himself, but just can't. Michael Sherrill bridges up to them, and so 4 become 3 in the chase here. They'll pick up Manuele Boaro in a few moments' time, who looks like he's flagging. Out front, waving a flag for Androni Sidemek, is Fausto Masnada. And as you saw as well, things are just starting to break down on the chase likewise. Camera pulls up. I'm sure you're going to see the red with the gold helmet of Boaro in a few moments' time. They've called out the cars from the gap as well. As soon as that happened, they reignited themselves. Look at that, grinding in Manuele Boaro. He's the lead chase at the moment, but he's chugging, I'm afraid. He's not comfortable in the saddle. Waiting to see Fausto Masnada still up the road, but great action here. Wait to see the favourites as well, and they're having a chat here. This is a little bit of discussion going on between Visconti and Michael Sherrill. Meanwhile, they've distanced Brambilla, and Hugh Carthy has pushed on.
Yes, well, I think they realise it's game over. They can see, you know, the peloton is coming up very quickly, and it looks like it is not going to be a day for the breakaway once again. We can see Fausto Masnada, who is been time trialing now in the flatter plains there, and he is coming into the most difficult part, and this 13%, I think, it's going to be very difficult for him to keep going at this effort. And the peloton and the big contenders for this race, they can see him out there in front, and that is going to be an impossible task for them to hold on.
Boaro gets reabsorbed. Middleton Scott put it back in. Brambilla, beg your pardon, Boaro still up front. Gianluca Brambilla from Trek Segafredo gets eaten up by this group. Simon Yates, here he is with his team. It'll be dictated by him, don't forget. And just sitting in behind is Luis Leon Sanchez, who's about to pick it back up for Astana, who are looking for Miguel Angel Lopez to succeed. That's Boaro. As you can see, his gap is 1 minute and 2 to this man. Fausto Masnada's still got an advantage, 5.1, so close, but I'm afraid so far, because the toughest part of the day still to come, and only 98 seconds behind. 88 indeed, and less than that now to the peloton. Great work by Hugh Carthy. Bridges up. Well, expected him to push on out of the main group had he been there, but as part of the breakaway, you cannot take anything away from him. My goodness, a look of a youthful Mick Jagger about him, I have to say. Well, it could be rock and roll for Hugh Carthy, you'll forgive me, if he does manage to get up here. This is fantastic. Between a rock and a hard place, Masnada, well, there is a big rock. Gran Sasso means exactly that, but who's going to roll it first?
Well, it's looking like a difficult one for the breakaway. You can see the peloton just further back down the road. Looks like that they're really close, but still the advantage. 125, 124 back to the peloton, and a bit less here to Hugh Carty. Is a real dogfight here on this earlier part of the climb. I think the wind is causing a lot of problems, and this is going to be very, very difficult. It looks like that is not going to happen, but you never know for some of the riders out in front. But when you have these long straights here, and the main peloton can see them out there, it's looking like it's going to be very, very hard for them to hold on.
I think so. And in fact, the gap from Hugh Carthy, as you can see, to the peloton is now a very modest 25 seconds. And there's a lot of firepower back here. Take nothing away from Hugh's effort. It's been great to see him out there. This is a collection point, if you like, right now. And just coming into your screen any moment now, you are going to see the pack. And here they are. The main chasers led by Astana yet again, and Luis Leon Sanchez on sacrificial duty for Miguel Angel Lopez, who's embedded closely within that group. This is fantastic. Davide Formolo's really refound himself, Sean, after desperate luck, and runner-up on stage 8 yesterday behind Carapaz, who I haven't picked out just yet, but what a great day this has turned out to be. Super drama, albeit almost in slow motion. And here come Team Sunweb as well, with Tom Dumoulin well and truly installed. And still Hugh Carthy does not give up. He won't give up, Sean, until he's forced to do so, and it's for everyone else to make him.
Yes, well, he's going to just fight on here and see how far he can get into the end of this stage. Unfortunately for the breakaway, once again, the advantage coming onto the final part of the climb, the more difficult section, they had not enough of an advantage. And, you know, the power of the peloton with their teams taking it up, notably Astana, who took it up a long, long way out in this stage and really pushed it on. Then we see Mitchell and Scott pushing on, and for that reason, the advantage for that breakaway came down a lot. And we can see 1:12 at the moment for Leather out front, but we can see there's a lot of teams here with number of riders, and that is the problem. They are going to sacrifice their men all the way up this climb.
Yep, and done so. Luis Leon Sanchez done job. 10 down, likewise has drifted off, as you can see. Interesting as well to see Boaro and Visconti also engaging in the help. Last little drops of their energy offered up to Domenico Pozzovivo, who's tucked in, as you can see, the little guy with the golden helmet. And is he going to pick it up? It certainly looked that way momentarily. Just comes up alongside his teammate. He's tagging on to absolutely everybody, as you can see, and Pozzovivo is left alone. Favourite for today coming into this one, and there is Visconti, having offered up there his last dregs of energy to Pozzovivo. Boaro did exactly the same after dropping back out of the breakaway. 3.7 kilometres to go, and it's a whole land of hurt for those further up the road. And this man, Fausto Masnada, is still rocking it. This is fantastic. I think he's doomed, but gosh, if there was a committee to hand out combativity, he'd get it. Shake of the head there, a rueful one from Hugh Carthy, thinking what might have been, and that it shows the level of disappointment. It also shows how much ambition he had for today, Hugh Carthy, and we salute him for that. Meanwhile, Masnada still goes on as the runners offer up their support. Cowbells included here, and they're giving a great deal of respect to the riders. Look at that, leaving Masnada the majority of the road to play with, and I like that. Knowledgeable fans here up the mountain. 3.5 kilometres to go, and look at his advantage, 47 seconds. I don't think it's enough, but it's a handsome one, Sean, at this point in such a long day.
Yes, well, you would expect a 3.4 to go, 48 seconds, but we know the terrain here. It's a difficult part is coming into this. 13% has to be got over, and that's where Masnada is going to be really suffering.
Count them out. There is Grosshardt. It looks like he is done for the day. This is not done at all, and Tom Dumoulin is out of teammates. It's not the strongest team in support of Tom Dumoulin. It's the same deal in the Welter, where he seeded it on the penultimate day, but things have got better. Of course, he is our defending champion, but when you compare him to the strength in depth of other teams like Astana, Sky, even Bahrain Merida, UAE, he doesn't really have the backup. But then again, Tom Dumoulin could do it himself. Will he help himself today? Let's wait and see. There's some big presence here. Pinot likewise. There is Aru, as you can see. Just look at Menkes having a good day today as well. Just picking up through this group. There's Chris Froome, just rolling the shoulders in familiar style, sitting about 5 riders in front of the leader in the pink jersey, and that, of course, is Simon Yates. Here is Aru. So brave he has been. Whenever he's looked terrible, He's actually just almost dialed into the reserve, if you like, the very last limits. In the blue jersey there is Chavez. Wears the King of the Mountains jersey, having taken the only Category 1 climb so far in this race, which was Mount Etna. But now it's time for him to perform, and 22 seconds, I'm afraid the dance is over for Fausto Masnada, and he's weaving all over the road here. A tapestry of hurt, I'm afraid, belonging to him. 3 kilometers from home, and it's going to be a big name that wins today, but which one for you, Sean?
Well, it's I think the Astana rider who we've been seeing, he's been protected. Miguel Angel Lopez, he's going to certainly try and do something there. He's a little bit of time to make up in the general classification because he's over that 2 minutes down. But anybody is feeling good here, the general classification men, well, then you're going to try something, because this has been a real difficult day. Everybody has suffered a lot. So if you had that good feeling, well, then you have to try something.
You certainly do. It's now or never. Carapaz, incidentally, in the white Young Riders jersey, won yesterday. Could he do a double? Well, he looked so good yesterday. Why not? Chris Froome, as you can see, spinning it up in about position 8 at the moment, looming large in many people's thoughts. So, and our thoughts are with Fausto Masnada as he drifts over to the right-hand side of the road. 2.8 kilometers to go, and you've got to salute him. That was magnificent. There's a split, and Aru's caught behind it. That's not good for him. There's others that are suffering. Menkes as well, and now it's time to dig in for glory. Why don't you? Bardiani, well, they've had their options, and Ciccone is certainly one of them. He's a great card to play at a moment such as this. He tried it up Etna. He got wound in. What is he winding everyone up with this one, Sean?
Well, it's going to be a difficult one here. We're still 2.6 kilometers to go. To ride away like this with the riders you have here just a couple of meters behind him, I think there's a lot of the real good finishers here just waiting, and they are going to, you know, really put in some big attacks. And for Ciccone to hold on from this distance, I don't see it happening.
Great will, though, isn't it? And that's exactly what's being displayed here by Fabio Aru, the Italian champion, and indeed helping, I might say, well, Poles to get back in. Ciccone has dipped his hand in here, and he's helping himself like a bear to honey at the moment. Will it be a sweet one? We'll wait and see. 2.4 kilometers, and the gap is holding. He's a fabulous find for Bardiani, and yes, the flickerbook sound of checkbooks opening for him as well. I am certain he's going to be picked up. He won the Apennino, don't forget, and that was a race close at hand to this one. So he's not afraid of these kind of inclines, and he's showing no fear right now in the face of greatness, Sean.
Yes, well, to be able to attack here, you have to be really good. As we can see, Chris Froome here, you know, starting to slip a bit further back than you would expect him to be. Betancourt also just on the very rear of this group here, and you can see the windy conditions. It looks like a headwind, so it's a real side headwind coming from the left-hand side. It's really difficult, and for Ciccone to, you know, hold on here, he's given it a big effort here. Still 2.2 to go, and Michelin Scott here, Jack Haig, what a job he's been doing the last number of days for the race leader Simon Yates in this race.
Remarkable. Now 2.1 kilometers, and Ciccone still holding it, and they are chasing here, good and proper. Chavez is in the mark as well with the blue jersey. Oh, and Betancourt is here with Chris Froome, and this is two great names, I'm afraid, that are suffering at the moment. Chris Froome's run out of resources. He's on the radio. That's never a good sign, and this is a fissure that's turning into a chasm, I'm afraid. He's got help, but is it enough, Sean? This is a fire that's starting to break out in Team Sky.
Well, I think he's going to lose time here unless he can, you know, produce this sudden acceleration, which he's capable of doing, which we've seen do before. But we can see Serge Henyo has been ordered to come back here and try and get Chris Froome back into this group. But the riders here in front, the other men, the big favourites, they will know that, and we're coming 1,800 metres to the finish. You know, it's a time now where you can think of going in the attack, and we can see the gap there. It's quite a substantial one, considering as well a headwind here for Chris Froome.
Simon Yates didn't win a stage the other day, but he did take the leader's jersey, and as Chris Froome suffers, it might be another Brit that's coming up to the fore. He's got the big jersey, he's got the power, he's got the poise now. Has he hidden himself beautifully today? We'll wait and see. The pink jersey wants a big amount of vision. That always suggests a platform for a launch. There's no launch here, I'm afraid. Oh, and it picks up and plonks back down as well. Formolo looking great, and here goes Pinot. Well, we thought it'd be bad weather that he would need, but it's still remaining clear, and it's clear to us that Pozzovivo's capable of staying with him. Just tucking in as well. Absolutely brilliant. Carapaz, after yesterday, wearing the Young Riders white jersey for Movistar there. You can see the blue M upon his back. Formolo's also in the mix, and Lopez as well from Astana. Dumoulin looks like he's on the rack. Simon Yates looks super fresh in pink. Oh, and here we go. Miguel Angel Lopez decides to crack the whip here, and who's going to follow? Well, it's Pinot who's gone with him. Pozzovivo more of a diesel, not the same burst of energy for him. Simon Yates as well hasn't got the strength to respond just for now, but Chavez is there in the blue jersey, just coming up alongside the young rider. This is absolutely magnificent. There's a lot of riders here racked up, and that wall that's spread across the road just offers up a little bit of protection for Simon Yates to bridge over the gap. That's a danger for them, and Pinot looks shot. Tongue comes up like a spaniel out of a window on a motorway. Is he going to get there? Will he re-find it? Not quite sure. Clearing of the nasal passages here from Miguel Angel Lopez. Everyone playing cat and mouse now, Sean. It's a question of who wants to dip their hand in the fire while the burn down happens for Froome a little bit further back. 26 seconds he's going to give away. Oh, there's Ciccone who picks up again. He's having another dig. Is anyone going to have the mind to follow him? Pinot goes, and so also digging in is Pozzovivo here in the red and gold, and Simon Yates is still not out of this either. You can't see him. He's stalking as they hit the Flamme Rouge. This is going to be a grandstand finish, you can be sure. Looks over his shoulder. Chavez as well, looking twitchy. This is magnificent.
Yes, well, it is a real difficult final here. We can see the wind, the way it's blowing across there, and it's certainly, you know, hampered the attacks because everybody's playing the waiting game there. We can see Carapaz is definitely a danger one if he's in the form he was yesterday, but who is going to have the bit extra here to attack in the final? And the final 150 metres is into a block headwind, and I think he'll be made aware of that, so everybody holding off for as long as possible.
It's a double right right now, and in fact they're going to come into a long, very, very sharp 7 at the 750 marker. It's a long left-hander. It's a hairpin. You can see that the fans have been out here cutting names into the snow, I should say. And Ciccone is everywhere, and Ciccone goes, living up to his name, which has been carved into the banks of the snow here. And how cool is he for a youngster? This is brilliant. Pinot's on his case. Pozzovivo's there. Simon Yates is close at hand, and Ciccone carries so much speed into the curve, he almost takes out a couple of the fans. Pinot knows the danger, and he's in the saddle again. Pozzovivo sits there. Does he know he's out of the saddle? And he's got the drive. Pinot and Pozzovivo with Simon Yates close at hand. Ciccone and Chavez. Chavez in the blue jersey, king of the mountain. Will he be king of this one? Somebody's going to get crowned, and it looks like it may well be the little guy. Pozzovivo's going to diesel them away. Are they all breathing his fumes at the moment? Oh, spittle issued by Pinot. It's a spit on the floor, but nobody is going to go over that. Anybody else? Pozzovivo drifts to one side. This is fantastic. Pozzovivo still got the drive. He's got 1.5 bike lengths at the moment, and Pinot can't close the gap. Pinot tries again. It's last dash for him, but I think Pozzovivo's going to hang on. Oh, this is an amazing finish as well by everyone else within this group. 300 metres remaining. It's still not over, and it's not over for Simon Yates. Has he got something left? Has Chavez got anything left? Oh, look at this. Is it a grimace or a smile? We'll wait and see. It's not done for Carapaz either yet in the Young Riders jersey, although I think now it is. He's 2 bike lengths down. Pozzovivo still grinding. Pinot on his case for Francis de Jure, and Simon Yates is still there. Chavez looks cool. He's the only man seated out of this quartet for the time being. And here comes Simon Yates. Simon Yates is going to take a stage victory here. The smile on his face already. The smiling assassin has come home. He's had one shot. It's the first time he's been in front all day. And you know what? You only have to be in front once. And that is at the line. And that line belongs to Simon Yates. That was brilliant. What a finish. What a winner. What a day. And now we wait for Chris Froome. The clock counts back on him. Every second will count for him. And it's a second chalked against him, I'm afraid. And here he comes. Mark it down, 26 seconds. Carthy just coming in for a brave finish. In fact, it's not my error. I beg your pardon. Froome's still out on course. Oh, my goodness. We're shaking our heads, and he's shaking his. And it's going to be more time. He ships Sean. Oh, this is going to be an absolutely pivotal day. And in a bad way, I'm afraid, for Chris Froome. And others just pushing on without him now. He's told his teammates, just go, save yourself. And he sails, I'm afraid, way from the midship. And he is down here. The clock, let's look at it, over a minute. There, I think, is your answer. It would take a titanic shift in fortunes for, I'm afraid, for that boat not to sink in terms of the title. Aru comes across the line, plenty of others as well. What a lot of counting to be done. And a big account, I think, has been written large by the Gran Sasso today. King of the Hill, top of the world, in the pink, Simon Yates. Absolutely magnificent.
Well, what a battle to the line there on that final 500 or 600 metres. It was just a struggle to get to the line in the final 150 plus metres, 180 metres into a headwind. We could see Yates there, certainly at 100 kilometres. He looked very, very impressive, and you know, he just won the sprint pretty comfortably. Pino looked also good, but Yates again proving the strongest one, and we can see that the stage results there. A lot of men losing time. Dumoulin, of course, 12 seconds down, and Miguel Angel Lopez another 12 seconds. So some of the very big favourites, but Froome, of course, over a minute down.
Goodness me, Simon Yates, magnificent. What has he done to us, Sean? What's he done to the race? And indeed, how will this be recalibrated? Simon Yates is reaching out for glory. When asked whether he wants to cede this jersey, he said, I'm here to win it. Why would I want to do that? Simon Yates leads this race ahead of his teammate, Esteban Chavez, by 32 seconds. Tom Dumoulin, 38 seconds adrift. Pino Pozzovivo, look down that list, and as soon as you see 2:25, you're thinking, where's Chris Froome? Well, Chris Froome, I'm afraid to tell you, today has shipped an awful lot of time. And in fact, he's not on our list just yet. One man, indeed, top of the hill, top of the pile, is Simon Yates.
Time to perfection, and it's Simon Yates' stage. The Maglia Rosa, with his first stage win of this Giro d'Italia. Back earlier on into the stage then, and with 183 kilometres still to ride. The breakaway. 14 riders, including Michael Cherel, Davide Ballerini, Fausto Masnada, Gianluca Brambilla, who at one stage moved into the virtual pink jersey. Here is confirmation of that. Brambilla into the virtual pink jersey. The advantage up over 8 minutes at its height. But the breakaway was always destined to be reeled back in. However, we didn't necessarily know when it would be completely reeled back in. Astana and Team Sky coming to the fore with 42 kilometres still to go. There was still the climb up to Calascio, of course, before they took on Gran Sasso d'Italia. But at this stage, really large chunks of time taken out. On to the final elements of the climb, and the first man to really strike out was Fausto Masnada, having a little dig up the road when he learned that that lead was down to 3 minutes. The little false flat after the climb up to Calascio before the ascent to Gran Sasso d'Italia, allowing him to build up some lead. The favourites started to be dropped. Several big names involved there, including Fabio Aru and Chris Froome. It was time at this stage as the break was reeled totally in, as Betancourt and Froome lost their way. For Ciccone to strike out in front. He was pulled back in. Thibaut Pinot and Domenico Pozzovivo tried their luck, but it was Simon Yates who had more on the sprint to the line. He'd shown on Etna that he had some good pace in the closing parts of a climb. And just as Mitchelton Scott promised, they take time off their rivals. A superb win for Simon Yates. Thibaut Pinot picking up some bonus seconds. Esteban Chavez moving into second overall with that performance. And as the opening week of racing comes to a close here, Thibaut Pinot certainly exhausted by his endeavours, but he did manage to pick up 6 bonus seconds by finishing second. Well, huge drop in temperature up at the finish line, down to around 4-5 degrees. Simon Yates then winning the stage, Thibaut Pinot in second, Esteban Chavez in third, Domenico Pozzovivo and Richard Carapaz rounding out the top 5. Let's hear what Juan Antonio made of that.
Amazing win by Simon Yates, the Maglia Rosa of this Giro d'Italia. He's so calm to some attacks and waiting. At some point, he's really looking at Tom Dumoulin and waited on to Pozzovivo as well. And at the end, he launches his attack. And even Thibaut Pinot couldn't beat him. He's looking very strong. But we have also Matty White here. We have him this morning at our Giro Extra show. And we had it this evening as well. Matt White, congratulations. Great win by the team. Everything went as planned, as we saw on your meeting at the bus this morning.
Yeah, look, Fletcher, we identified today was the stage we had to take time if the opportunity arises. Whether it was for the stage meet or not, you know, sometimes other teams decide that. So our big guys today did a really good job of keeping that break intact. And then Astana got excited and wanted to go for the stage win for Lopez. And then when Simon communicated that he was feeling good, then we pushed ahead and went for the win.
That win, he also distanced himself from other time trial specialists like Froome and Tom Dumoulin. How does it feel having now Froome a few seconds back and also Tom Dumoulin?
Well, it's a first for us, that's for sure. Look, if you'd asked me 9 days ago, we'd be in this position. It's a real dream start for us. We've got a few easier days between now and next weekend, but there's a hell of a lot more fighting to go between now and Rome.
Thanks, congratulations, Waddy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was it. All the best for them and for Mitchelton Scott for another successful stage here at the Giro d'Italia.
It has been a dream day for Mitchelton Scott, and as we heard from Matty White there, just everything played into their hands. They were quite content for the breakaway to stay up the road and out in front. Simon Yates was very content, just biding his time in the pink jersey, but as soon as Astana moved to the front, drove the pace along to reel in the breakaway and try and create something for their man Lopez, well, that played into the hands of Mitchelton Scott, and what a performance it was. Great day for the team. Let's hear from another of their riders, Jack Haig.
Jack, what a victory. It's about because of you. What a job you did.
Yeah, it was amazing by the team today. Who actually won? Chavez or Yates?
Yates.
Ah, perfect. I'm so happy the team is riding super strong at the moment, and to have the hard work pay off today with the win is incredible. I think we have an exciting Giro ahead.
I think so. Thank you very much.
It is a dream day for Mitchelton Scott. They occupy the top 2 spots in the Maglia Rosa standings. Simon Yates, 32 seconds clear of his teammate Esteban Chavez. And the defending champion, Tom Dumoulin, now down in third. Let's hear from the man himself, Simon Yates.
Simon, your first Giro d'Italia stage win comes with the Maglia Rosa. Do you realise how big it is?
I do, and that one was actually for the boys, the guys, the big guys who ride on the front all day. You know, they've had a couple of tough days, always riding on the front, some very long stages, and yeah, that's for those guys.
When did you realise the stage wins was possible?
From the beginning of the race, well, the stage today, we always looked to think maybe if we keep the breakaway just close enough, there might be a possibility for the stage. And then once Astana showed some interest in the stage also, then yeah, I thought it was possible then. You never know, really deep in the final, but yeah.
Are you surprised that Chris Froome and Fabio Aru couldn't hold the pace?
It was a very difficult day. Could have been a bad day. I don't know. Chris crashed yesterday. Maybe he's affected from that, so I don't know.
Had a good day for you.
Yeah, not too bad.
Thank you.
What a day it is for Simon Yates, up above the cloud. The first time the Giro d'Italia has gone above 2,000 metres in altitude in 2018. And Yates rose to the task. One of the most impressive palmares for Simon Yates in his career. First pro win came at the Tour of Britain back in 2013 when he won stage 6. He won his first Grand Tour stage on stage 6 of the Vuelta a España back in 2016. He's won a couple of stages in Paris-Nice. He won the Gran Premio Miguel Indurain back in 2017, a stage on the Tour de Romandie last year as well. But no doubt about it, Simon Yates' victory here on the Giro d'Italia, sporting the Maglia Rosa, will be one that will live long in the memory.
L'applauso del Gran Sasso per Simon Yates.
A great day for British cycling. And he's getting quite used to this now. Well, I say a great day for British cycling. Not for everyone involved in it, though. Once again, Team Sky not having the greatest of days. Their leader, Chris Froome, hemorrhaging time on the Gran Sasso climb. Teammates coming alongside him to help him up to the finish, but finishing over a minute down on Simon Yates. And Chris Froome dropping out of the picture quite rapidly. Sergio Henao came back to try and help him on his way up this climb, but Froome just couldn't respond. Now, when you consider that this is a rider who said that Montezoncolan is one of his least favourite climbs, he's not even there yet. Let's hear from Nico Portal.
So Chris lost little time. It's a little disappointing for the team because he was not so in good shape today.
Yeah, I mean, I had 1 minute 07. He lost on Yates on the winner of the stage. So, yeah, it's not that for sure is not perfect, and it's not what we hope. He was looking good last couple of days. So, but yeah, let's say we need to stay optimistic, you know. And there's 2 long weeks coming up. So yeah, hopefully we'll have some better days.
The rest day will be something good for Froome, maybe.
Yes, of course. I think for the all guys, obviously. But yeah, it will be for sure. They all deserve a good rest day. I mean, it's for everyone. So let's hope that we will forget quickly this stage.
He's not in a so good situation at the GC. He's not used to. Would you have to focus on his mind, on his mental for the next weeks to give him more confidence?
Well, we do for the whole group, you know. But in general, they really. I mean, when you talk to them, you can really think they really want to win. So I don't think they switch off. But for sure, this is not a great news. But I think they're going to keep fighting. They got a strong morale. And, you know, that's what we like in this sport. But you're right, we're not often in this situation.
2 weeks still to go, so nothing is done.
No, exactly. It's how we said. Exactly, nothing is done.
Absolutely right. Nothing is decided. And the Giro d'Italia has a history of things happening all the way through to the finish line. However, no doubt about it, this man is in a very strong position at the end of the opening 9 stages. Simon Yates pulls on the pink jersey once again, and he will take it into the second rest day. Although for many of them it will seem like the first rest day, because remember, of course, that first rest day was spent travelling back from Israel to Sicily.
Il rosa, il simbolo del primato, il simbolo della gloria e della leggenda sulle spalle di questo straordinario atleta, campione del mondo in pista nella corsa.
A great day for Simon Yates, a great day for Mitchelton Scott. Not such a good day for Chris Froome and Team Sky. Plenty to discuss in the studio. Stay with us.
Well, we were hoping for a GC battle, weren't we? And that is exactly what we got in those last 4 kilometres. Simon Yates, the Maglia Rosa, taking the stage win from Thibaut Pinot with his teammate Chavez in 3rd place. What a brilliant performance. What a way to take your first Giro stage victory. So there we are, stage results. Yates takes it from Pinot, and there's Chavez in 3rd place. Pozzovivo 4 seconds back, and of course the big loser of the day, well, the 2 big losers of the day, Chris Froome over a minute back, and Aru even behind Chris Froome. So, Brian, quite a stage of racing and an interminable final climb, which just sprung into life at the end.
Now, it was another great day for Mitchelton Scott, you know, 1st and 3rd. Another great day for defending the pink jersey, but we always thought it was going to come down to a battle here in the Rock, and it was a question of who was going to lose time. And unfortunately, Froome and Aru lost quite a bit of time today. Where they go from here, it's anybody's game, but there was still a lot of positives from the other GC contenders. I had a word with Matt White just after the finish in there. He said, look, there's still a long way to go. Still a long way to go, and there is. But they're taking it with both hands at the moment.
And, of course, for Simon Yates, 12 seconds and 22 with the time bonus on Tom Dumoulin. And it's that time trial coming up on stage 16, which I think all the other contenders are nervous about.
Of course they are. Both Chavez and Simon Yates will be nervous about that. And, you know, we were watching the finish in there, and I was going, go, Simon, go, go, go. Because I knew in the back of my mind, he needs to gain time, and I could see, and he can't see it, and his sports director probably couldn't see it, that Dumoulin was kind of hanging at the back. He needed time on him. But at the end of the day, you heard from Matt White, they wanted to go for the stage today. They wanted that win. Simon wanted to win. And even no matter about time, we saw it the other day, he gifted Chavez the stage. He wanted to win a stage here, and especially with the pink jersey on. And when he banged his chest at the finish, that's just elation and emotion.
I mean, the fact that he went so late probably meant it was a very, very tough stage indeed. Let's look at those final stages now, that stage. I mean, he was incredibly cool, wasn't he? Because there was moments when he looked as if he might be distanced, but he just stayed cool, came back, and then finished it off.
Well, this finish was very difficult, and it was into a bit of a headwind. Pozzovivo was the rider in the prime position at the moment. Pinot is a strong finisher. I've seen Simon Yates do this in the Tour of Britain and Hay Tour down in Devon, and okay, this is a different climb altogether, but he was just sitting, waiting and waiting and waiting, and it was more about delivering the win rather than the time. He's got the legs. He knows, okay, he might lose some time in the time trial coming up, but he's got these legs, and if he can keep them all the way to the final week, then he can take that time back if he loses the jersey in the time trial.
What was interesting listening to Matty White speak to Juan Antonio Fletcher on Giro Extra was that it almost seemed as Mitchelton Scott was sort of ambivalent on the stage win. Yes, they wanted to get time, but then the key moment really for the stage win was when Astana took it out.
Yeah, it was nice to see another team take it up, but hats off over the last 2 days. Mitchelton Scott have done textbook, they've controlled the race. Even they took back over the lead when Astana thought this is too far to go to the finish. But it goes to show that, you know, we came into this race, everybody was thinking a battle between Tom Dumoulin and Chris Froome. Well, it's not turning out to be like that now, and Lopez had a good go today. He had to go in the finish to deliver that stage win. After all that hard work from Astana, wasn't to be, and Mitchelton Scott, Simon Yates, Chavez, the whole team are just riding on the crest of a wave at the moment.
We'll talk about Dumoulin in a minute, but let's talk about Chris Froome. Let's talk about Fabio Aru as well. You know, Aru's won a Grand Tour. Is it over for them now? We heard Nico Portal saying we hope for better days. Is it too early to say that's the end of Froome's chances of winning 3 Grand Tours in a row?
I hope it's not, because the Grand Tours that he's ridden, he's always been, you know, on that kind of crest. Everything's gone well for him. OK, he crashed out the Tour de France early on, but everything's gone into place. It hasn't this time. And I want to see a battle. It was the same with last year with Geraint Thomas, who crashed. He battled on. I hope Froome is going to battle on. Nicolas Portal said earlier this morning that they are going to battle, that Froome will come good in this race, and I hope he does.
I mean, I guess the 2 key stages for deciding whether or not he's got any chance at all would be Zoncolan, which is next Saturday, then you have a rest day on the Monday, and then the time trial on the Tuesday. And if by then we haven't seen it, then we're not going to see it, are we?
We haven't seen Chris Froome and Team Sky in this situation before, and, you know, it's uncharted waters for them. But I want to see, and I think everybody at home wants to see Froome battle. OK, if he's healthy enough, if he isn't healthy, then so be it. But if he's healthy, I want to see him battle. Nicolas Portal has to put a brave face on. It's, you know, I think they're losing a bit of confidence now. They see some of this young talent coming through, and it's hurting for them. But what hurts you makes you stronger, and I'd like to see Froome battle on after the disappointment of today, for sure.
Tom Dumoulin, 38 seconds back in GC from Simon Yates. He's not a pure climber in the way that Yates is, the way that Chavez is, the way that Pinot is. Do you think he'll be satisfied after that? I mean, he's lost 12 seconds, 22 with the time bonuses. How would you analyse his performance?
I think he'll be happy. I think we're looking at maybe a minute and a half if Simon Yates has a time trial of his life, maybe 2 minutes at this moment. Tom Dumoulin would come into his own. It was still a good effort on the back. He actually said yesterday he didn't feel good in that climb yesterday. He looked a lot better today. He did lose a little bit of time, but I think after the time trial, if Simon Yates or Chavez, especially Simon Yates, shown today, if he's within 1 minute of Tom Dumoulin, then if I was Tom Dumoulin, I'd be a bit worried.
OK, well, let's hear from the stage winner now, Simon Yates. He's with Juan Antonio Fletcher.
Simon Yates, congratulations. How does it feel winning the stage with the Maglia Rosa at the Gran Sasso d'Italia?
Really, really good. I think after the stage I didn't look so happy, but I was just extremely tired. But that one was for the big boys who are in the front all the time. They've had a hard couple of days now, many kilometers on the front, and that one was for those guys.
And those guys help you out not just for winning the stage, but also distancing yourself ahead of the time trial specialists like Tom Dumoulin a little bit and Chris Froome. How does it feel having those riders a bit more behind now? What do you see?
Good, yeah, and I still need to keep taking more time, so yeah, I wasn't able to make a really, you know, big difference today in the final, well, especially to Tom. I don't know. We'll see how the next couple of weeks goes, but I'll enjoy the rest tomorrow.
So, sure. All the best and enjoy tomorrow especially. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's certainly not getting carried away, is he? Congratulations, Simon.
Thank you.
Great job. Do you want to just pop in here?
Trying not to get sick, sorry.
Fabulous stage victory, your first stage victory in the Giro d'Italia. You're wearing that with incredible aplomb.
Yeah, today was a really difficult day. Very long, but we had the big guys running on the front. You know, they've done many kilometers on the front now. So that victory was for those guys. They've supported me from the beginning. They believe in me. So I'm just happy to return the favor.
The stage victory wasn't necessarily the most important thing. It was gaining time on Tom. You did that. Were you happy with the kind of gap? You got 22 seconds, I think, with the time bonus.
Yeah, I wasn't too sure exactly where those sort of guys were. I'd heard that Froome was already a little bit behind, but yeah, it was a difficult final, very high altitude here. And yeah, once we came to the final, Pozzovivo was really strong. Yeah, I don't know what to say. We've got to keep looking, you know. It wasn't really that much, so we'll see.
You look forward to the rest day, obviously. You've got 4 days which perhaps aren't so difficult, and then Zoncolan and the time trial must be looming large.
Yeah, some of these stages, they don't look so hard on paper, but I think they're always difficult, or so I've been told at the Giro. Yeah, hopefully the rest of the boys will have a good rest now, and we'll prep for the next couple of weeks.
Do you want to take a look at the GC standings? They're going to come up now. Here it comes. So your time bonus is your 32 seconds on Esteban, 38 on Tom, and then Pinot at 45 seconds. And of course, perhaps the big loser of today was Chris. Would you rule him out now?
No.
You're always going to say that.
I don't think you can, you know. It's a long race. Still many difficult stages to come. I don't think you can rule out anybody, especially here at the Giro.
At this stage, looking at the general classification, I think for the viewers at home, who are you most worried about? Who looks the strongest for you? Who are you most worried about? I know Tom Dumoulin's got a good time trial on him, but yeah, again, the climbing you've got and the climbing in this race, you can take more time. Who are you most worried about?
Well, you said it there. I think with Tom, he could easily rip 2 minutes out of me, 3 minutes out of me in the next TT. So I think he's still, you know, very much to the fore there. Today, Pozzovivo is very strong. Also, Thibaut is still there. So those guys have been quite consistent as well. They've been there. They were also there in Etna. So I think those two will be the guys to really watch closely.
Simon, we'll let you go and get down on the gondola. But I want to tell you, it's just so exciting watching you. Absolutely fantastic racing. Many congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the race. So, yeah, he's a cool customer, isn't he? You wouldn't think that this is the first Grand Tour that he's been leading. And people now absolutely will talk about him winning this Giro d'Italia.
I've worked in teams, and, you know, a lot of these riders get a bit of media training. They don't want to give anything away. And he's not giving anything away.
Do you think that's media training? I think that's just Simon, isn't it? He's laid back.
A bit of both, and I think that's what makes him. He's very laid back, and he's just taking it all in. And you could see that, you know, this is new to him. He's defending. You know, he's going into history again as the amount of days in the pink jersey as a British rider, and long may it continue as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, he's just taking every day as it goes. But I think Mitchelton Scott I've ridden tremendous the last 2 days, and I think he's in the form of his life. And I know he targeted this race. I think he can go all the way. He says that Tom Dumoulin can take 2 or 3 minutes out of him. I don't think he can. He took
17 seconds, didn't he, in the time trial in Jerusalem? Before we go on to look at stage 10, because we're running out of time, just a quick question on one man we haven't talked about, his teammate, Chavez. I mean, is Yates very much the leader now, or do you think it is still doubleheader, or is Mitchelton Scott just playing it canny by not saying that he is the outright leader?
I think Simon's the leader. I think he's shown it, and I think it was in the back of my mind when he gifted that stage to Etna, and you could see that maybe afterwards he might have been kicking himself about that was an opportunity of a Grand Tour stage, the Giro d'Italia, but you could see it when he came across the line today. It was just emotion. And yeah, I think they have to make a decision at some point. They can't keep on looking after both riders, and at some point that team will start to get tired, and Chavez will have to come into play.
Okay, first proper rest day of the Giro d'Italia tomorrow. Of course, the last one was a transfer from Israel, and then stage 10. Brian, take us through the profile of this one.
Well, they've had a rest day, but it doesn't start easy the next day. It's uphill for about 20 kilometres, and then it's a long, hard day up and down, and it's actually the longest stage of the Giro d'Italia, 239 kilometres. OK, the rest day, but this is going to be another hard one. I think it will come to some sort of sprint at the end, but I say this yet again, this is probably the best stage, the longest stage. Nobody wants to sit in the front all day. The sprinters teams don't want to. If they do get over the climbs at the start, that's the perfect stage for a breakaway. But we've said this so many times in this races. This stage today, perfect for a breakaway, and it was strong enough at 14, 15 riders. But yet again, it foiled us. But yeah, it's another day and another opportunity, and the Giro keeps on surprising us, and long may that continue as well.
It certainly does, Brian. Thanks very much indeed. Highlights of today's stage 9 up here to Gran Sasso d'Italia, 7 p.m. on Eurosport 1. Live coverage of stage 10, not tomorrow, on Tuesday from 12 p.m. And then more cycling this evening. The Tour of California starts from 10 p.m. So what a day on the Gran Sasso d'Italia, the high point of the Apennines, perhaps the high point of this Giro so far. Simon Yates is very much pretty in pink, and who can stop him? A fantastic performance from him today, and also from his team. Goodbye.